Sactown Sports.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Sacramento, welcome to the program. It is Sactown Sports 1140 alongside Chris Watkins. I am Zakariah. We got you from now until 2 p.m. And as always, if you want to join the program, you may do so. 916-339-1140. Check us out on YouTube. Just search Sactown Sports and all the other social media platforms. Chris, how are you, sir?
Good.
Morning.
How you doing? Yeah, it's the middle of the week, so gotta it's correctly called Hump Day. So just trying to get on the other side of this week. But,
Absolutely.
After that, feeling good.
Yeah, I think especially in our profession.
Oh yeah.
It's definitely Hump Day because Monday you're reacting to Sunday.
Right.
Tuesday you're reacting to Monday Night Football.
Mm-hmm.
Thursday you're previewing Thursday Night Football.
Right.
Friday you're not only reacting to Thursday Night Football, and especially this week with the Niners playing, but you're previewing what's coming up on the weekend.
Exactly.
And spoiler alert, this is another tease. This is like a day and a half tease. Fantastic slate for college football.
Incredible.
Not so much for the NFL.
Yeah.
But we'll tackle all that in the next couple of days. But yeah, specifically for this job, I think it's Hump Day more than anything else.
Absolutely.
But that doesn't mean that we don't have great content for you. We've got phenomenal content for you.
Tons of stuff out there.
Bunch of stuff we didn't get to. As always, we will do fifth, Fun in the 40s in the fourth segment of the hour, 10:45-ish. Bunch of good stuff there. We never got into Dame. And coming up at 10:15, Shanahan sort of admitting to a flaw, Chris, something that he said
the man had no flaws.
Exactly. You don't often hear a guy like Kyle saying what he did wrong. He normally says the generic stuff like, got to look at the tape.
Right.
We could do better.
Coach speak.
But he specifically said, I did this wrong last week.
I can't wait to hear that.
Make those changes moving forward. Although he kind of threw somebody under the. You ever done that before? Where you apologize for something, but then you said it was somebody else's fault while you were doing it?
Yeah, you have to take fault, but still let everyone know, like, hey, it's not. Like, I am taking responsibility, but it's not 100% on
like
me.
the higher ups bring you in the office and you're like, it was a bad show.
It's
but
on me.
Zach wasn't feeling good.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
It's like I was just trying to do the best that I could, but in reality, I was trying to pick up for your slack. So,
these were the circumstances for sure. So we'll get into that at 10:15. But right now, it just kind of dawned on me. I was reading Michael Silver, Go Bears, shout out Cal Berkeley. He used to write for Sports Illustrated.
Mm-hmm.
Is Sports Illustrated fully gone? I saw the report that the swimsuit edition is now bye-bye.
I think the website is still functional, but they don't produce like physical magazines.
Yeah, same thing
anymore,
with ESPN, the magazine.
Yes, ESPN.
I think they might have even stopped their online content. Man, so much stuff goes by the wayside, it's hard to keep up.
Yes.
Like as much stuff that was popping up is as much stuff that's going down.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, he's a fantastic writer, and now he's writing for the Chronicle. And he was writing an article on Purdy, and I was going over it, and it kind of just dawned on me. Just a question that popped up in my head, because I've frequently, throughout the summer, Chris talked about how the Niners are the most interesting team in the league, in my opinion, based on how talented they are everywhere. 100%. The ups and downs of the quarterback position, Jimmy G kind of being this weird enigma, like what do you do with him?
Yeah.
Then you got rid of him, then you drafted Lance, and then you moved on from Lance, and you got this guy in the last round. And the quarterback's like the only thing where there's a question mark. I mean, you could say the offensive line, you could pick nits, maybe something in the secondary. But when I was seeing these quotes from not only the players, but kind of how Silver was describing him, the question that popped in my head, and we do sports radio, we like to ask questions, and this is where the fan base, my question is this: which former quarterback does Purdy remind you of the most? And Niners fans, you can jump in 916-339-1140, 916-339-1140. And I'm thinking back on all the quarterbacks, right? So I'm thinking like Jeff Garcia.
Right.
Jeff Garcia was a gritty guy. There's maybe some similarities that you can make, but not really. Steve Young, much more of a runner.
Yes.
Also a lefty. And then I like not like Kaepernick, not like Alex Smith. Maybe
that would have been my
little
choice.
bit. Really?
I was going to go Alex Smith, just because, especially, Alex Smith was definitely labeled a game manager, and I think Purdy is still in that realm where, Alex Smith. Yeah, I would say Alex Smith is probably probably like a hybrid of Alex Smith and the guy you said yesterday, Jimmy Garoppolo. I would say it's some form of that, where I still think Brock is, in the sample size we've seen, he's a good passer. He can get the ball to his weapons for sure, but especially when you're talking all-time greats, which the 49ers have at quarterback in their history, those are really the two that stick out most to me if I were going to compare him to anybody. But,
yeah, it kind of led me to Joe Montana. And obviously,
really?
Everybody out there that's screaming at their radio right now, I am not saying that he is Joe Montana. I'm talking about more of the personality. I mean, sort of on the field also, but more in terms, like when you say Alex Smith, I think more vanilla.
Sure.
When you say Colin Kaepernick, I think more of an up and down kind of roller coaster.
Okay.
I think he's got more Joe Cool in him than anybody. And obviously a lot of success needs to happen before. So I'm not saying that they're the same, but in terms of the guy that he reminds me of, and also the way that his teammates talk about him, he seemed to have gotten that respect the second that, because I think for most Niners fans, unless they watched a ton of preseason, which God bless you if you did. Yeah. And in our profession, we do that because that's often the only thing that you have to go off of. And he looked great in the preseason. And I actually had Niners fans that were clamoring for him even before Trey got hurt. So unless you watched a ton of them, I don't think that there was. So I think for a lot of people, there was shock when Trey went down. And then Jimmy G steps in. That was also weird because he was on the roster, but he wasn't active. Then they immediately put him in. Then they're back in love with Jimmy G. Then he goes down, and this guy steps in. And I think for most Niners fans, or at least the casual Niner fan, you were like, who the hell is this guy?
Right.
I mean, you knew who he was, and you knew that you drafted somebody late, but not something that was at the forefront of your brain.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, he doesn't lose. The guy literally hasn't lost the game that he started and finished since he came on the scene. And he's just got this aura about him where I would sort of call it like not unjustified swag, but swag where you're like, wow, I can't believe he carries himself like that. But a little bit like Joe Cool, where it's like, it's confident without being cocky. And I guess I'm doing more of like the off the field than I am on the on, but similarities for on the field too. Joe wasn't this like dynamic runner or like crazy big armed guy.
Yeah.
He was very accurate, made his reads, and improvised when he had to.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's just such a tough comparison to make because I hear what you're saying about his personality and what he brings, like the moxie that he brings to the quarterback position, but I just think it's really tough for me personally to separate Joe Montana, the guy who's got all the Super Bowls, from Joe Montana, kind of what you're speaking of. And that's why I go a little bit more towards Jimmy Garoppolo, because Jimmy definitely has that cool guy swagger that Jimmy, what Niner fans call him, Jimmy Gucci Garop or whatever, like people,
Jimmy Grapes.
Yeah, I mean he just
more of them.
He was like a cool guy who is dating fine ladies and all that stuff. Like and I don't think Brock Purdy's that far on the cool spectrum, but I think he's more of that level of quarterback too. It's really tough. It's almost like if you were to say Keegan, I mean, people say it all. To be fair, this is probably more in your defense. People say Keegan Murray's a lot like Tim Duncan just because they're both quiet, reserved aloof guys. And I just have a tough time replacing Tim Duncan, the 5-time NBA champion, from it's just hard to make that comparison. It's just also
Duncan's more back to the basket. Keegan's more face to the basket. But in terms of like the personality,
right?
And I guess where I would separate him from Alex is I think he's less vanilla than Alex, and I think that he's more accurate and less frustrating than Jimmy G. Now, we talked about on Monday that one of my first thoughts when I saw Brock, and it was funny, as part of the article, he says that maybe the surgery made his arm stronger and he needs to adjust knowing that his arm is stronger now. But
that's a crazy media spin.
But I mean, it was also just this quote from CMC. I don't think anyone is missing how good he is. I think everybody in football knows he's phenomenal. At some point, that just becomes who he is. And Montana, coming out of Notre Dame, obviously a little bit more notoriety than being the last pick in the draft, but also not a guy that everybody was hemming and hawing about. Like famously, who's the guy? Mel Kiper. His 2 perfect grades for potential draft picks were John Elway and Raiders fans earmuffs, Jamarcus Russell. Those were the only 2 perfect grades that he had going into the draft.
That's wild.
So, Montana wasn't that guy, I mean, benched. He wasn't like this eye-popping stat guy.
Yeah.
Kind of the way that Purdy kind of is. But anyways, it just got me to thinking that I wonder, what Niners fans, obviously they're loving every minute of this, and he has the the big sock Brock, as Carmichael Dave calls him, or whatever other words you want to call him.
Sure.
But Niners fans love every minute of it.
Yeah.
But I wonder where they, like, it's too early to rank him in terms of former Niners quarterbacks,
definitely.
but which quarterback they think he's the most like.
Yeah.
And Montana was the best one that I can come up with.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I hear what you're saying with the Joe Cool stuff, and Brock definitely brings an element of, again, just like everyone's talked about it, he's got a calming presence in the huddle from the moment he stepped in there. People just felt like that guy was a leader. And, you know, the Niners have, again, a history of great quarterbacks. So there's tons of different ones to choose from. But, I really see a lot of, like I said, a hybrid of Alex Smith and Jimmy Garoppolo.
For sure. Well, Niners fans, which former Niner quarterback does Brock remind you the most of? 916-339-1140. And coming up next, Chris, my bad. Yeah, that's on me. I made a mistake there, and it's something that I recognize, and I'm going to make the changes moving forward from Kyle Shanahan. We'll get into that next. You're listening to Watkins and Zakariah right here, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Has Monty put together a roster that can help make a deep playoff run this season?
Just trying to give coach options, give him guys that can help us win in a variety of areas. Obviously, our top guys are going to play every game, but there's going to be other times, whether it's injuries, matchups, we've got to have some variety on the bench for coach to point to and say, go in there and help us win.
Tune into every Kings game this season
on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
I love being a bartender. I love waiting tables. But at the end of my shift, my feet were killing me. And so I had to pretend like I was having a good time. And really, I couldn't wait to sit down. But it wasn't just my feet. It was also my knees were achy. A lot of neck pain, too. I was in so much pain. I kind of lost hope, really. And then I saw the Good Feet store, and that's when everything changed.
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Kristen enjoy their work again without their feet getting in the way.
It was pretty shocking to realize that I'd been in so much pain, and suddenly I'm completely pain-free. Now that I have the Good Feet arch supports, I don't have to pretend to be happy. I'm genuinely happy. So, cheers. My name is Kristen, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville.
Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
Welcome back, Sacramento. It is Zakariah and Watkins here on Sactown Sports. Coming up, bottom of the hour. Talked about this cap space. I don't know how many Niners fans, as diehard as you may be, realize that as talented as your team is, you have cap space. And John Lynch might have alluded to exactly what they're going to do with that. So we'll do that at 10:30. We'll talk about Shanahan admitting he may have made a mistake last week. A little bit of the workload distribution. So we'll get to that in a second. But right now we have a phone call. We were talking about which former Niners quarterback does Purdy remind you the most of. You can jump in 916-339-1140. I'm on Twitter at Zach Sports, ZAK Sports. He's at Chris M. Watkins. And then you can follow the station. Just search Sactown Sports or Sactown 1140. But let's go to Andre. I don't see the city, but what's up, Andre? Welcome to the show. What's up, man?
What's going on, guys? Hey, good morning. Andre from Napa here. The big sock Brock. I like that. I haven't heard that one yet. But
by the way, that's courtesy of Carmichael Dave. I did not coin that.
That's pretty good. That does sound like Carmichael Dave too. So I mean, one of the guys that for me that first comes up is Steve Young. I mean, another cool head and mobile. You know, like Purdy can get around in that pocket and break away and make things happen. And I feel like that's kind of a pretty good comparison there. Interesting. All right. Thank you for the phone call, Andre. Yeah, I don't have him quite as much. Like, I remember that run against your Minnesota Vikings, the famous one. I don't really have him as like that mobile. Am I sleeping on him a little bit?
No, I mean,
in terms of his
Steve Young
ability to
feels
navigate
like
with his feet.
one of the most mobile, especially for that era. Like he was one of the most. If
Randall
not,
Cunningham.
Exactly.
So, yeah, he was before the running quarterbacks really started.
Yeah, but like Brock still can move around for sure. But especially when if you're gonna do it on a scale, like on a curve, like I mean, when you're talking about guys like Lamar Jackson and even
Mike Vick, or whatever.
Jalen Hurts, and there's Patrick Mahomes, all these guys.
There's a stat out there too. Brock, his 1 yard to 10-yard run is about 0.01 seconds slower than Lamar Jackson. So his fast twitch is quick. But after that, he obviously slows down. He's very fast, like very fast in that short distance.
Burst.
That is such a stat that only like a huge 49ers fans would know.
Shout out to David Lombardi for that one.
That is
yeah,
that's great.
That's a psycho stat for you.
Well, you don't put a lot of you think it's two. You think it's two in the weeds?
Crazy. I mean, well, it's just the assumption, or not the implication of what that's trying to say is that Brock Purdy is near the athleticism level
just in that first 10 yards, though.
Yes, but the assumption, the implication is that Brock is fat,
insinuating.
It's insinuating that Brock is to a level that is comparable to Lamar Jackson. And I understand that it's still a fact. It doesn't make it any less of a fact, but it's just it's a really funny. That's hilarious. I love that, Nate.
Yeah. Fair enough. Well, I mean, obviously, I don't think anybody's comparing the two, but I understand what that stat's trying to get across, which is obviously if they ran a 40-yard dash, he would get smoked. But in terms of that initial burst, that he's quick in that, which sometimes that's all you need as a QB. You don't need 70, 80-yard runs or anything like that. All right. Not. Well, to get to Shanahan, who you and I both talked about, we compared him to McVay yesterday, and the difference is a little more prickly, I think, from Shanahan, and oftentimes not I guess proud might be, that's not necessarily an insult, but a guy that you don't often see admitting to mistakes or saying my bad really frequently. But he did do it in this case, and I think this is important, not because Kyle admitted that he needs to change the mistake that I'll tell you here in a second moving forward, but more because we talked about how top-heavy the Niners are and whether or not we should be worried about the depth behind it. But basically, it was between McCaffrey and Mitchell. And Mitchell was one of 4 Niners active, healthy, in-uniform players who did not see any action on Sunday. This is all from our good friend Matt Mayoko, by the way, NBC Sports Bay Area. McCaffrey played all 57 offensive snaps for the Niners, and Coach Kyle Shanahan admitted Monday the team made a mistake with their lack of a rotation at running back. Quote, yeah, we definitely got to get Elijah in there more and do better with our rotation than we did yesterday. That wasn't the plan going in. It just ended up that way. I got to make sure that doesn't happen because CMC going down, we know how dynamic he was in Carolina, and he's proven to show how dynamic he still is in Santa Clara. But through 2 weeks, Chris, McCaffrey leads the NFL in rushing attempts and at 42 and in yards at 268. So that's something you got to watch, especially in a game. I'm not saying that they didn't blow the Rams out by any stretch of the imagination, but it was comfortable enough where they probably could have mixed him in more or found more situations to play him.
Oh, definitely. I mean, last season, if I'm not mistaken, and Nate, you might have a better scope of this, but if I'm not mistaken, even when they traded for McCaffrey last year, it was a pretty even split in terms of touches between Elijah Mitchell and Christian McCaffrey. And that's just gone. Like Elijah Mitchell, before Christian McCaffrey got there, no, he wasn't one of the 5 or 10, maybe even best running backs in the NFL, but he was incredibly productive in that Niners system. And I think he's definitely capable of being a change of pace back, and maybe not even change of pace. Like I think he's capable of really just doing a different version of what Christian McCaffrey does. I think he's more than capable of stepping in and filling in a role for this team. I'm shocked that he hasn't gotten any touches this year, really.
916-339-1140. You're listening to Zakariah and Watkins here on Sactown Sports. Yeah, and then this is the part where we talked about it before the break. Kind of my bad, but also you should know this. Shanahan said it is generally the responsibility. It's kind of like that. You remember that the beer commercial? God, what was his name? But he said, I put the responsibility of this loss squarely on the shoulders of my teammates.
No.
And then, I'll show it to you in the break. And then they go, well, what about your 4 fumbles? He goes, It wouldn't have been fumbles if one of my teammates would have picked him up. Anyways, it's like great. It's like his name's Leon, and it's like making fun of guys in the locker room. He just basically blames everybody else. Not obviously the situation here. I was just making that joke, but he said it's generally the responsibility of the position coaches to make substitutions. Most of Shanahan's concentration is on calling plays. Bobby Turner is the Niners running back coach, while Anthony Lynn is assistant head coach / running backs. Quote from Shanahan, you can ask for guys specifically on certain plays as a play caller, him. You're not keeping guys fresh and rotating and things like that. Position coaches do that. But also for him not to get in, I definitely should have noticed and asked for him. So one of those, my bad, but but that's all good. I mean, that's kind of what I expect.
Yeah, you kind of buried the lead there. I mean, to me, that's classic Kyle right there. That is the Kyle Shanahan that I know and I enjoy. I won't say I love Kyle Shanahan, but he's that sounds a lot more like Kyle to me.
Yeah, you're right. Because I was going to say, well, he did start off by saying it was his bad, but now I'm going back to the quote that I started with. Yeah, we definitely got to get Elijah in there more and do better with our rotation than we did yesterday.
Yes.
He didn't say I.
No.
There's no I in any of that.
No, there's not.
And there's no I in team.
Fault. No, it's never all Kyle's fault. Are you kidding me? I mean, that was a lot of lip service to essentially say, yeah, my running back coach isn't doing a good job of keeping those guys fresh and subbing in Elijah Mitchell. I mean, he's just directly blaming everybody else for that. But it's only week 2, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. And I think the important thing is that at least through 2 games so far, we've seen tons of running backs go down. Christian McCaffrey's had a really bad injury history.
Mm-hmm.
It's good that he's not one of them. So I guess it's good that you figure this out now rather than later. But we'll see come Thursday if he's true to his word.
And I could see, especially a guy like Kyle, who's so obsessed and involved with play calling and scheming. Yeah. It's so tempting just to have him in every single play.
What are you going to say? Can we actually take Christian out of this play?
Yeah.
Like, no, you're never.
And you're thinking about the next play and how much better does that play seem to be in your brain when he's on the field versus. But Elijah Mitchell, he had a heavy workload when he was on the field last year. In the final 5 regular season games, he had 2 games with 27 rushing attempts and 3 more with at least 21 carries. And he also carried 27 times in the Niners' playoff opening win over the Cowboys. And then, of course, it took a dramatic downward shift upon the trade that brought CMC in the middle of last season. But, yeah, I think it doesn't have to obviously, we're not talking like 50-50. But to be 100-0 is not exactly sort of the rate that you're going for. And I think specifically because, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure some guy that's done a lot more research in terms of injuries will tell you, but there's probably so many, because you have to imagine the amount of money that goes into people researching all this stuff. They probably know when the best time to get Christian McCaffrey off the field is, how much more likely you are to get injured based on time and score and how many carries he's had or touches leading up to that. So I think in that instance, they'll probably figure it out. And the good thing is, with anything else, I'm just happy that they're aware of it. Yeah, it wasn't something that I didn't watch that game and go away and go, they need to give CMC more of a break.
Right.
I also didn't know he played 100% of the snaps and Elijah Mitchell played 0.
Yeah.
So as long as they know, then we're good to go.
Yeah. They got to find some balance, but exactly. Like you said, it's better that they now know that than having to find out the hard way.
For sure. Well, as if being 2-0 was not good enough news for you Niners fans, we have even better news for you. You've got the most talented roster in the league by most people's opinion. Well, you've also got cap space, and your GM, John Lynch, gave us a little clue into what he plans on doing with that. We'll get into that next. 916-339-1140 alongside Chris Watkins. I am Zakariah, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Quick Quack Car Wash.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It's Wednesday. We've got a hazy start to the morning. Temperatures are comfortable in the 50s as we head through the afternoon. Plan for mostly sunny skies, temps in the mid to upper 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
There's just something about fall that makes me want to enjoy every moment. The changing leaves, the pumpkin patches, and you know what else won't last? Quick Quack's new pumpkin spice scented car wash. Text SPICE to 41284 to get 50% off any wash.
Players know it's not just because you win more. It's because of everything else at Gold Country Casino Resort, where players roll in and winners are made. Winning isn't the only thing on the menu, and nightlife, it's more than entertaining. Drinks and dining options are abundant and guaranteed to satisfy your innermost desires. Come be our guest and see why Gold Country Casino Resort in Oroville is where the players play.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. Oh, thank you. What does it say? Beware, if you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of hospitalization from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
It's no secret to golf enthusiasts that Timber Creek and Sierra Pines in Roseville are one of the region's most unique and scenic places to enjoy a great game of golf. 27 holes, boundless options. Elevate your game on our newly renovated driving range, putting green, and chipping area. Whether you're aiming for fun, lower scores, or all-around growth, we've got you covered. Experience golfing dreams in Roseville and book your tee time at timbercreekgc.com. Timber Creek and Sierra Pines, your ultimate golf haven.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heating and Air. It's the end of summer blowout on all their systems. Right now, $2,500 off full systems, as low as $34 a week. And now American Energy Heating and Air offering a free Wi-Fi smart thermostat of your choice on high-efficiency units. Look, the uncomfortable becomes comfortable with American Energy Heating and Air. They've been around since 1981, making the greater Sacramento area proud with an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And as always, their goal is to exceed your expectations, exceed them of the heating and air industry, valuing the customer experience and making your home comfortable. It's that simple. Go to American Energy Heating and Air and get yourself a free Wi-Fi smart thermostat of your choice on high efficiency units.
Call 916-520-9998 now.
Oh, God, he's back.
Who's back?
The clown.
The naked one?
Yes, Giggles. He just drove on the lot in a new Kia.
Does he want to trade it in?
No, he wants to show it off.
Isn't he showing off enough? Oh, here he comes.
See what Elk Grove Kia did for me? That's service. That's why they got my business, not you.
Yeah, I think we've already seen too much of your business. Thank you.
Elk Grove Kia. Great service for everyone.
Elk Grove Kia has never made it easier for you to show it off. Don't worry about credit. No credit, bad credit, charge-offs, repos. Don't worry. Our team has over 100 years of experience. Others say no. Elk Grove Kia says yes. Get your next Kia today at Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or elkgrovekia.com and show it off today.
Elk Grove Kia.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Dave Littlefield. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. Damian Lillard stated yesterday on the Is What It Is podcast that he would never join the Golden State Warriors, despite it being home to him. Oakland, that is. Woj also reported that the Heat have a deal in place to get Dame to South Beach, but they're waiting for Portland to feel the market out. And the Niners welcome the New York Giants to San Francisco for their official home opener on Thursday. There are two crucial game-time decisions for both teams as of now. Saquon Barkley for the Giants and Brandon Ayuk for the 49ers. You can catch the game right here on Sactown Sports. Kickoff is at 5:15 with pregame an hour beforehand. Those are the headlines. Now we get back to Zakariah and Watkins for the midday show.
Live and local.
Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
Welcome back, Sacramento. It is Zakariah and Chris Watkins right here, Sactown Sports, 1140. Coming up at 10:45. We call it the fifth. Fun in the 40s. We go around the wacky world of sports. Sauce cannot catch a break. Man, we played some from yesterday from Parsons, and I found more of him getting made fun of for not catching that pick. We have Parsons also letting out a little secret about something that we might see from him that nobody's seen before. I'm sure his coaching staff was not happy with him when he went on the McAfee show. Yeah. So we'll do that. And then Aikman could not keep laughter to himself when watching Deshaun Watson's pregame routine. So we'll do that much, much more in Fun in the 40s. But right now, let us get into your cap space, 49ers fans. Yes, it can get better. You might not think it can get better. 2-0. Both wins on the road. You're coming home looking like Barkley's not going to play and looking like 3-0 is definitely in the horizons, and a big showdown with the Cowboys, who a lot of people either have Niners 1 or Cowboys 1. There's, whatever it is, they're both in the top 3 from every rankings that I've seen. But the good news is with all these deals that are getting made and Jed York happily paying these guys direct deposit bonuses, it means that there is cap space,
Straight
Chris.
Cash.
And what can you tell us about what you heard from Mr. Lynch in terms of what they're planning on? I'm assuming, I'm just going to guess here, that it has something to do with the offensive line, if not the secondary, maybe depth somewhere else. What are you hearing in terms of how they might use their cap space?
Well, this is from Pro Football Talk. John Lynch said this yesterday. He said, really, we always look at cap space for 3 years out. Obviously, we have all the room this year, but it's actually to create room for future years because we roll everything over. It helps us in the future because it creates some room that we're going to need. We're pretty much done with what we're going to do this year, but you never know with the trade deadline and all that. So it definitely sounds like the plan isn't to spend big this season unless, as John Lynch puts the caveat there, you never know at the trade deadline. You never know if you're going to experience injuries or if, you're just going to come across a deal that you can't turn down. But for the most part, it seems like the 49ers are going to use their 41 or a majority of that 41 million and roll it over into next year and try and, maybe attack this offseason and try and, again, bring in some new talent or maybe even restructure. They have to pay Brandon Ayuk. They have a couple guys that they still need to take care of, even though they've taken care of most of their key contributors. But they still have some business to take care of this offseason as well. So it seems like they're going to use a majority of that cap space to pay guys in this offseason.
Which is interesting to me on multiple levels. I think, if you're a Niners fan and just listening casually, you're like, why not spend the money? But winning the Super Bowl is very hard.
Yes.
And a lot of it is skill and coaching, but a lot of it is luck. Like, let's just be honest with each other. I mean, things need to fall your way or fall, not the other team's way. There's been oftentimes where people, for instance, the Eagles last year, who knows if they would have went to the Super Bowl, and they didn't even win it. But if Brock Purdy doesn't get hurt, maybe the Niners do. I mean, so, there's a bunch of variables to it. So I am more in the line because my first thought goes to the Rams. And the Rams, under this same scenario, the Rams would have spent all of this cap space on this year, not worried at all about the future.
Sure.
And they did win the title, so you can make the argument that was smart. But I think ultimately, if you're a Niners fan, it's no guarantee even if you go all in, because it's not like the Rams that year blew out the night. That was a close game. So they could have easily gone all in, still been screwed these years as they have been without the title. So I would rather them put themselves in a spot to win it, knowing that there's other variables that go into it and nothing's a guarantee. I'd rather have multiple shots at getting it than putting all my eggs in one basket for 1 year. So I think the rollover attempt is smart.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's smart for how the team is currently structured, but I think there still is the fear that, you might have to go all in at some point because the 49ers have been trying to extend this run as long as possible, and they just can't get over the hump. And when you look at, a team like the Rams, who essentially sold every draft pick they have. I mean, to acquire Matthew Stafford, to get Jalen Ramsey in the building. They did so much in terms of spending their assets to make that team a Super Bowl caliber team. The 49ers might look at that model and really say that could be the way to go. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Again, the plan is to be smart about their money, which they have been up to this point. And, they've been reluctant, I think, to give out that money in the first place. And they eventually get it done. But yeah, I think that it's an interesting strategy that the Rams took. And it's something that the Niners, they dipped their toe into last year with the McCaffrey trade. I mean, getting rid of second round pick, third round pick. And, they've tried it, but I don't think they're going to go all the way in like the Rams did.
Yeah. And I think, again, I would rather have a long tenure of shots at getting it than trying to go after it and not getting it, because that's really the worst. Had the Rams not won the Super Bowl that year and still been in the bad shape that they've been over the past couple of years, I think next year they're back to being in good shape. I think they're going to have their first round pick in like almost a decade or something crazy like that. But yeah, so I think that ultimately playing the game where you're trying to sustain this over a long period of time is the route to go. So that's more than I would. Now, if you start to get to the point where your weaknesses are costing you games and you're that close in all other areas, then yes, I would be willing to mortgage a portion of my future to get it done now, because it's not to say at all that Shanahan or Lynch are even close to the hot seat. I think York sees what they're doing, how well they're doing it. They call Lynch the cap space genius or whatever for his ability to move things around. And they've certainly been in position and knocking on the door outside of when their quarterback goes down for the year. That was obviously an awful year. But outside of that, I think it's best to I would rather perennially, I'm terrible at that word. You can always tell when I slow it down. I would rather be in that spot on a year-to-year basis than going after something. So this is good news, and he didn't totally shut the door. I think if there's an opportunity to improve themselves to the point where they feel like even better about their chances, they'll do it.
Yeah, absolutely. This feels like it's a really open year for the NFL right now. I mean, with how the Chiefs are struggling and, the Eagles don't look up to snuff like they were last year. It's really the Cowboys that look like the biggest competition for the 49ers. So, yeah, I mean, there's a chance that maybe they see this opening and really dive into it. But for the most part, I think you're right. I think that keeping longevity is definitely the way to go, getting more bites at the apple to try and win the Super Bowl and eventually get over that hump. I think the Niners have been so close year after year after year that it feels like, don't ask Buffalo Bills fans, but it feels like they're due for a Super Bowl and to get over that hump at some point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've been knocking on the door without a doubt.
There. I mean, you really can't be closer.
5-yard flag on you for sleeping on the NFC South. 2-0 Panthers.
I'm
2-0 Saints.
Slept. I'm absolutely staying slept.
That was all in jest. The flag's been picked up. All right, coming up next, it's the 5th. Fun in the 40s. We do it every hour. At the end of the hour, we'll go around the league. Sauce just getting, sauced left and right by Cowboys players for dropping that pick. Micah Parsons tells us little offense in his future. And Aikman can't control his laughter. We'll get to that and much more in the wacky world of sports. Coming up next, you listen to Zakariah and Watkins right here, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Can the Niners build off their NFC Championship appearance from last season? How will the quarterbacks perform throughout the year?
Purdy back, now going to throw for the end zone, wide open. Brandon Ayuk is on fire!
Will the defense lead this squad again?
Intercepted! Ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner!
Get all your 49er coverage throughout the NFL season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Safe Credit Union is our local community-based financial partner, and they are committed to the well-being of their members. Jason Ross here, and we all work hard to reach our financial goals, and banking with Safe helps make that a reality. Because with Safe, you always get competitive rates on savings and loans, so you can spend less and save more for your future. If you're not a member yet, give Safe a try and discover all that truly makes Safe one of the best credit unions in California. Join today at safecu.org/join. Safe Credit Union is insured by NCUA.
Have you ever heard that phrase, less is more? Well, at Harbor Freight, we're all about more for less, because we know you like to do stuff, to make stuff, to improve stuff. That's why everything in our stores, from miter saws to tool chests to cordless impact wrenches, is priced affordably. So get out there and drill, paint, and saw to your heart's content. We just ask that whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Exergen is the smart choice when selecting a thermometer. As children return to school, keeping them healthy is important. Got a fever? Stay home. To detect fever accurately at home, you need a fast, non-invasive, and clinically accurate thermometer. Exergen provides all of that and is backed by over 100 clinical studies. Accuracy matters. Be smart and safe. Measure temperature accurately with Exergen. Learn more at
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up spills quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading ordinary brand. So you can get back to your night. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Every business seeks an advantage, whether it's having the best location, hiring top talent, or spotting trends before they happen. And now, the United States Postal Service can give your business a new advantage. Introducing USPS Ground Advantage. Reliable and affordable 2 to 5 day package shipping. It's the advantage you need at the price you want. Get the Ground Advantage at USPS.com/advantage. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claim based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own report.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Welcome back, Sacramento. Those soothe sounds get you through your ride, running errands, going to or from work, whatever it may be, or maybe you're listening at your desk. Who knows? Or you could just be anywhere. Nowadays, it doesn't matter where you are.
Sounds like an ASMR channel now.
Yeah, sort of.
This is Kendrick.
I know. Yeah, this is
brought my energy level down.
Sing About Me. Yeah, it's a great one.
Top of the hour topic. I can't believe we've waited all the way until Wednesday to get to. We touched on it a little bit, but we had a bunch to get to yesterday. Dame Dalla, Oakland's own, saying he doesn't want to play with Oakland. Also, stuff from Woj in terms of the Heat basically, they're playing a game of chicken, Chris.
They've been playing.
And yeah, I know. It feels like it's taken forever, and it might just take forever. But we'll get into the whole Dame saga, and maybe we'll throw some James Harden there as well, as those are kind of the final two pieces of the NBA offseason yet to fall. I saw actually a report that James Harden might not go anywhere.
Wouldn't surprise me
how that would work out. Well, he's going to get his fat suit ready if he doesn't. So
he opted in. So
yeah,
that's the thing I've never understood.
We'll get into that at the top of the hour. But right now it's time for the fifth. I plead the fifth. That would be fun in the 40s, where we go around the wacky world of sports, kind of break up the monotony of talking just sports. We like to have a little fun around here. And man, did they have a lot of fun with Sauce Gardner from the New York Jets as he dropped a surefire pick. Looked like it would have been a pick six and would have totally changed the dynamic of that game. Yesterday, we played Micah Parsons making fun of him as they were exchanging jerseys and taking a picture on the field, as all the athletes do now. But also, apparently, Dak got in there as well. Here's Dak talking to Sauce postgame.
I need to, I will, but I have to. Hey, my child is the best player on the team. Get me out, though. Yeah. It was about to be a play.
Quick snap, back to throw Prescott. Double clutch, throws it right. Incomplete, almost intercepted. Sauce Gardner jumped the route, should have had a pick, just couldn't hold on.
I was thinking about the touchdown before I caught the ball. I appreciate that. I owe you something.
So Dak, in case you didn't get all that, Dak basically thanked him for dropping it. Sauce's excuse was, well, yesterday when he told Parsons, he said it was the jug machine that we all learned is the machine that spits the balls out.
Yes.
But here he says that the reason why he dropped it is that he was thinking about the touchdown.
Right.
Which you see very frequently in the NFL. Guys looking to do what they're going to do next. Yeah, it applies to baseball. You'll see it in baseball, turn into double play. They're thinking about making the throw before making the catch.
Absolutely.
And then, so basically that was his explanation. And Dak said, I appreciate that. He also said, why didn't you throw to me more? And he said, why would I have to throw one of the best defensive players in the league if I don't have to?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I always love getting mic'd up stuff. Are you a mic'd up guy?
For the most part, when it's really good, I like more of the in-game mic'd up stuff. You know, it's usually just funny to hear me. I love it when guys are like essentially joking on the field. Like, I love the Cam Newton when he's like, you think you know the play? That's funny. Watch this. Like that's the kind of mic'd up stuff that I like.
Because you watch that and you assume it's all serious and these guys are so focused and they've got the game plan.
They're killers.
Like, So when they joke around like you would be if you were playing pickup or whatever, it's always fun. And I like when they kind of forget that they're being mic'd up. A lot of guys are like,
they're hyper aware.
Just to use Steph Curry as an example. Steph Curry would never give you anything interesting when he was mic'd up.
I disagree. He knows when he's mic'd up. And
but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and he's like, I'm going to put on my extra corny stuff. I'm going to say something.
I mean anything good.
That was just the wrong example. Steph Curry, that's more me.
No, but I'm saying anything good you're not going to get because Steph's going to, he's going to be calculated with what he says. But the guys that forget that they're mic'd up and then they say crazy stuff, I've always loved that. Speaking of Micah Parsons, he was on the McAfee show, and I think he let out something out of the bag that his coaches did not want him to.
Tone has a question for you.
Micah, speaking of being a world-class athlete, like I see you come off the edge and I see your agility, I see your power, and all I can think about is you with the ball in your hands, and then you see like what Travis Hunter's doing both ways in college. Have you gone up to Big Mike yet and told him that you need to get some touches on the offensive side of the ball, maybe a couple tosses or something like that?
Big Mike actually let me get a couple scout team reps.
Okay.
Yeah, he might not let y'all know that I probably shouldn't have spilled the tea.
That's good news. That's Big Mike still got his fastball. Is that something that
well, Mike's super cool, man. I be telling like even like on the launch days, I do pat and goes with the receiver. I said, Mike, you see me tracking this thing? He's like, yes, it is. I see you have it. I just keep trying to show him glimpses of whatever opportunities I can get to let him know I'm trying to touch this ball in the NFL.
Let's go. Vrabel, J.J. Watt. Yep. I mean, there's
Fridge.
The Fridge obviously had touchdown. There's a storied history of defensive players who are freak athletes scoring touchdowns in the biggest moment.
Couple of things there. One, you ever heard the phrase that all athletes want to be musicians and all musicians want to be athletes?
Yes.
I feel like that's the same thing. Not so much offensive players want to be defensive players, but all defensive players want to get some love on the offensive end.
Yeah, I mean, that's where all the love is at.
I know.
Of course.
But there's some glory in getting a sack or an interception.
Yeah, but you got to be great.
Touchdowns
you got to be great to be noticed on defense.
True.
It's all about who has the ball in their hands. Like if you get a ton of interceptions, you force a ton of fumbles, you get a ton of sacks.
Yeah,
you'll get your moment to shine. But there's nothing like, even as a receiver, you could be the third receiver, fourth receiver on the team. You get a first down, you get to do your whole drop the ball celebration. It's the solo shot on you.
True. Well, they do have the thing now where the whole defensive unit celebrates any turnover.
Yes, right.
Which is kind of getting tired.
It's not.
They go to the camera and they do to take the picture thing. Other thing that struck me from that, I mean, it's funny that the main thing that did not stick out to me was that he might play a little tight end. The other thing was he said spilled the tea.
Yeah.
Now, Chris, I've heard spill the beans. I've never heard spilled the tea. Have you heard spilled the tea?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a big new one. Yeah, that's
it's new.
Yeah.
Oh, I figured it would have been ancient.
No.
Spilled the tea?
No. Yeah.
Is there a reference in there that I'm not getting? Is there like an underlying thing?
It's just like, it's like
How can you spill tea? They're in bags.
It's I mean, like you have.
Please explain. Like you're
like
talking about the liquid?
like it's like you're having a tea party. If you were to have a tea party, what would you do? You would discuss gossip.
Okay.
And so spilling the tea would be like
you gossip over the tea.
Yes.
Yes. Never heard it.
What would be spill the beans though?
I don't know. But
I've heard it before, but like.
I don't know.
I
guess beans were easily spilled at one point. I have no idea. I've heard spilled the beans. I've never heard spilled the tea.
Yeah.
All right.
You
Let's
never
hear.
say, give me the tea. You've never heard that? Like people are like, what's the tea on this?
No. I've heard
man.
give me the.
You got to get it back out in the street.
Juice maybe? Yeah. I don't know. No. Never heard that. Are you an Aikman fan?
As a broadcaster, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I'm not a hater for sure. Like, there's people who I think really dislike Troy Aikman on the broadcast.
Yeah,
definitely not one of those people.
Yeah, me too. Well, here he is, unable to contain himself when it comes to Watson's having a rough week, but
He's had a rough couple of years.
Here he is laughing at his pregame routine.
John Watson, he's over on the sidelines. That's a member of his performance team that's sitting next to him. He's doing some visualization, maybe a little meditation, but definitely was going through the visualization part of it. And see whether or not that pays dividends for him on this drive now.
See, guys like Aikman don't often break character. Yeah. Jimmy Fallon's known for breaking all the time. Seinfeld was terrible at that. During Seinfeld episode, he would always laugh during his lines. Aikman's one of those guys where he's hard to break. So when he breaks, it always kind of stands out to me. But also, are you a visualization guy? Are you a guy that believes in seeing it before doing it?
No, I'm not going to knock anyone who does it, but that's just not my practice.
Yeah, me either.
I don't really have much of a manifestation kind of mind, really.
I'd probably give it.
I just think things happen.
A good chuckle as well. Well, as soon as I heard pregame routines, Steph has a crazy pregame routine. Dak Prescott with the hips. Did you see that go viral? Doing the salsa, doing the hips. He actually, I saw this. What was I watching? Maybe like Fox pregame or something. And he actually showed a play where he exactly used that motion. And he was kind of like, see, that's why I do it. So
interesting.
I kind of gave that some love. I was trying to think of other pregame rituals. LeBron does the
talcum powder.
Baby powder. Oh, is it talcum powder?
Yeah.
In the air. Lots of guys like people like run back and forth or do like all the different handshakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking of like pregame routines or whatever.
Everybody's got something.
Never seen a guy visualize it before, though. That was a new one.
Yeah, I think I've heard people do that before. Like you visualize, especially when you script a ton of plays, you visualize. Like I should say, I heard people. Kirk Cousins does that all the time. He's a big visualization guy, but I think it's more just about getting yourself comfortable and ready for a situation because the last thing you want to do, especially as an NFL quarterback, is to feel like, when you go under center, that's going to be an overwhelming anxiety-filled experience. You want to feel like you've been there before. And I think that's kind of the thought process behind visualizing. But
one word answer, because we got to go.
Yeah.
Did the quarterback documentary series make you like Cousins more or less?
I'll say, I feel the same.
Okay.
I knew
neutral.
I already knew how weird of a guy Kirk Cousins was going into it.
Gotcha. I promised you early in the summer that this was going to drag out until the season started, and it has. Top of the hour, we will get into the Dame Dalla drama, if you will. Ooh. All that coming up next at the top of the hour. You're listening to the ZW Show. Zakariah and Watkins right here, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Folsom Lake Ford has trucks. The F-150s are here. Explorers, Expeditions, and a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. They're in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. Shop Folsom Lake Ford, your truck headquarters right here in Sacramento for your favorite Ford models at good, fair prices. Short on cash? Buy any new Ford with 0 down. Save big with low interest finance rates. Plus, Folsom Lake Ford is paying top dollar for all trades. We want your vehicle regardless of mileage or condition. This could be the best time to buy a new Ford. Check out the huge inventory online at folsomlakeford.com or stop by the dealership and see the most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 30 years. FolsomLakeFord.com. 0
down with approved credit.
Attention, all tool shoppers. Get ready for the biggest DeWalt sale event of the year at Fasteners Inc. Sacramento this Saturday, September 23rd. We're bringing you the best deals on DeWalt products you've ever seen for one day only, including impact drivers for $59, combo kits for as low as $179, and up to $2,000 off your order with instant cashback rewards. Again, that's this Saturday only, September 23rd. Come on down and get better tools for better prices at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Find us at 6701 Power Inn Road and learn more at fastenersinc.net.
It's time now for the Silver and Black Report, brought to you by ACR Solar and Home Services. Well, week 2 was not kind to the Raiders as they were roughed up in Buffalo. After a decent start to the game, it got out of hand quickly. They played without their leading receiver from week 1, Jacoby Myers, and also saw star wide receiver Devontae Adams get evaluated with a head injury late in the game. Josh Jacobs had his worst rushing day as a pro, and the defense couldn't keep them in the game either. 1-1 after 2. What's ahead? Well, the home opener this Sunday. That's your Silver and Black Report, brought to you by ACR Solar and Home Services. Did you hear about ACR Solar's free home battery special? Well, for a limited time, get a free LG Chem 10H home battery with a minimum purchase of 12 solar panels. Now, you'll own the system outright with no leasing involved. The offer includes 10-year parts and labor warranty for your added security and peace of mind. Take advantage of a 30% tax credit on your solar panel purchase, as the offer is limited to the first 100 customers only. Visit acrsolar.com to get the offer. The number 916-481-7200.
Guys, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is making you this guarantee. We will improve the medical condition of your ED or low T, or we'll give you your money back. Book your free appointment today. Call 916-277-8599 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. Damian Lillard stated yesterday on the Is What It Is podcast that he would never join the Golden State Warriors despite it being home to him. For those who don't know, Dame Lillard is from Oakland. Woj also reported that the Heat have a deal in place to get Dame to South Beach, but they're waiting on Portland to feel the market out. The Niners welcome the New York Giants to San Francisco for their official home opener this Thursday. There are 2 crucial game time decisions right now for both teams. Saquon Barkley for the Giants and Brandon Ayuk for the 49ers. If you want, you can catch the game right here on Sactown Sports with kickoff at 5:15 and pregame an hour beforehand. Those are the headlines. Now we get to the second hour of the Zakariah and Watkins show.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
That's how you know the 10 o'clock hour is over. We're getting funky in the 11 o'clock hour. Welcome on back, Sacramento. Alongside Chris Watkins, I am Zakariah. This is Sactown Sports 1140. As the big-voiced man said, you can call or text the show anytime you want, 916-339-1140. We're on Twitter at Sactown1140, Instagram, the World Wide Web, all that good stuff. And most importantly, we're on YouTube. So if you're at your desk, you can watch us / listen to us. Just search for Sactown Sports. I'm on Twitter at Zach Sports, ZAK Sports. Hit that follow, like, subscribe button on all those different things. And he is at Chris M. Watkins. Coming up at 11:15, The story I can't believe, another story I can't believe it took till Wednesday for us to get. But, when you have all that football on Monday and then Tuesday, you got Monday Night Football, stuff gets pushed back a little bit. But a ton of controversy about this.
Yeah.
The field goal heard around the world, well, especially a lot of people that gambled on that game, McVay going for the field goal as time expired. Well, he wasn't asked about it off top, but as the week went along, he was, and he has an explanation for it. So we'll do that at 11:15. But right now, Chris, I knew that this was coming from the second it happened, and I knew it because, this is not like a humble brag or anything because I'm not like super well connected, but I have some connections. One of them is in Miami, and I knew from Jump Street when this stuff came out that and it's all come out now, but I knew it from the start. I was like, this is going to be a long summer, and I figured we'd be talking about it all summer because I thought the parties involved were going to be talking about it more, so that we would have to talk about it more. They've been roughly pretty quiet since the initial talks about it, but I knew that Dame only wanted to go to Miami. And from my Miami guy, I knew that Miami was not going to sweeten their deal because they're not going to bid against themselves. If the deal that they put out in place is the best deal that Portland's getting for Dame, they're not going to up their deal when nobody else is giving them a better deal.
Right. Yeah. I mean, absolutely. But it's not going to help the deal progress any faster. And I think that's the problem that we've come to is the deal that they're offering Portland is just, it doesn't make any sense for Portland. And I just, that's where the stalemate has been.
You think it's that bad of a deal for them?
I think it just doesn't make any sense. Like what is Miami offering that Portland really covets? I mean, even Tyler Hero, it's like they have Anthony Simons, they have Shaden Sharp, they bring in Scoot Henderson. They really don't need another shooting guard. They just signed Jeremy Grant to a big deal. Like they're not really interested in anything that Tyler Hero could bring them. And then, Jaime Jaquez, sure, that's nice, but we're talking about Damian Lillard, who has 3 to 4 years left on. I think 3 more years left on his contract. It's not like you're trading for a guy who's an expiring contract and you don't know if you're going to have him after this year. There's still a good amount of time and money on Dame's contract. So it just never really made any sense for me for Portland. Like they were just never going to budge if that was going to be the deal that was presented to them.
Well, don't you think that the Heat are assuming that time is the thing that's going to accelerate the trade? Because
it's the game they're playing for sure.
Dame Lillard is not a guy that's going to do the James Harden or a guy that's going to – I think he's going to go out and play to the best of his ability.
100%.
But then you risk him getting hurt, and then what's his trade value?
I mean, he's been hurt the last 2 years. He hasn't finished the season the last 2 years, and his value is still sky high.
So you're saying if you were running the Blazers, you would just stand pat?
Absolutely. I think you don't want to, especially at this point, you don't want to be known as the GM or the ownership group that sold your best play and possibly the best player in your franchise's history. I mean, I think especially if you're going to do that, you're going to have to get something very significant back that you can show your fan base. Hey, like don't lose hope. Don't sell off your season tickets. We have a goal to have success here really soon. And you're not just going to trade Damian Lillard for, Jaime Jaquez and Tyler Hero as the two shining objects to show your fan base.
I think the biggest difference between the two, the biggest gulf between why they can't come to an agreement is the assessment of Tyler Hero. I think Tyler Hero is a 20-point-a-game all-star player. I don't think that he's a superstar, but based on the contract that he signed and the contracts that other guys are getting, I think it's a bit of a bargain. And, it may not be the best fit for on the court based on the players that they have currently.
Sure.
But you could just make it like, be all in on one side of the ball or that position group and just kind of maybe play small ball. I don't know. But I know it's better than nothing, and I know that nobody else is coming to the forefront, mainly because of Dame's contract, which is an albatross, also his age, and that teams just don't want to give up a ton for a guy that's making that much money at that age, and the Heat are willing to do it, but this seems to be the only team that's willing to do it.
I think that they're more than willing to stay with Damian Lillard.
Absolutely.
Keep him. Just keep him.
Fair enough.
Damian's been very clear that, up to this point that he's willing to stay in Portland for the entirety of his career. He's been wanting to do it. And, until now is really the first time we've heard him break from that character at all. I really think that Portland's A-okay with him because, yeah, like you said, he's not going to be James Harden. He's a lot more like Kevin Durant, where you can call his bluff and say, okay, yeah, really, you're not going to play? I thought you love, you especially love basketball. I would call his bluff. And, I just don't think Tyler Hero really fits anything that Portland's trying to do. It takes away from the developmental minutes. If you are going to move on from Dame, you want to give all of those minutes to Shaedon Sharpe. You want to give all those minutes to Scoot and Anthony Simons as well. And I don't see how Tyler Hero really fits that. To me, he's just a trade piece that they can maybe move on from later. But even then, I just don't think it's matching the value that you're giving up for Damian Lillard. Especially with the draft picks too. Like if Miami's going to throw you draft picks, those are going to be at the end of the round.
Yeah, I'm with you. I guess I didn't see this ending in Dame playing for the Blazers to start the season. Can you envision a scenario in which Dame rebuys in where because right now he's saying he's disgruntled and he only wants to play for the Heat.
Yeah.
But if they call his bluff or whatever, they don't end up making the trade, and he plays like you and I both think that he will to the best of his. It's not like he's going to come in out of shape.
He's going to,
yeah. Could you envision a scenario where maybe they get off to a hot start and he buys back in? Because again, this is one of the few superstars that has remained loyal to a very small market team.
Yes,
like a lot longer than a lot of his peers and family members and friends wanted him to do. Can you see a scenario where maybe Scoots everything and that and more being a top 3 pick? And you can see that?
Absolutely.
So that's how you think that's how it's going to play out. I mean,
I don't know if that's how
I'm
it's
not saying
going
that they're
to,
going to be successful, but you're planning on Dame being with the Blazers for the year.
Yes, and for the foreseeable future. It could all change at the deadline. A third team. To me, that's what I've been waiting for, a third team. Like the Miami deal is not it. But if a third team gets involved and maybe they want to take Tyler Hero, maybe they want to throw Portland a different young player that they can, again, use to kind of match more of their timeline.
Yep.
To me, that makes sense. But if not, then I don't see how, if you're the Portland Trailblazers and you have the Portland Trailblazers' best interest in mind, then yeah, absolutely. Keeping Damian Lillard, having him, this guy who's been a staple of your franchise, everything that's been good has been because of Damian Lillard. Having him bring up your young, hopefully next Damian, hopefully Scoot Henderson can be a guy that kind of continues the what Damian Lillard has
McCollum
built.
Maybe, or
I just think he can really help him along with his development. And I think that's really, like, if that's the worst case scenario for the Blazers, I think that's a great scenario to play through. I mean, who else would you rather have mentoring Scoot Henderson, a guy who's already very mature for his age, than Damian Lillard, a guy who's been with your franchise for the past 12, 15 years, whatever it is.
And certainly it's going to help attendance. I don't know if it'll help jersey sales because parents might be aware of this trade demand and maybe not want to.
Oh, I'm sure they have buyback programs.
Yeah. So, I mean, but anyways, it's going to help the attendance for the time that he's there. Yeah. Right. I mean, I guess I just didn't really, it seemed like it was a marriage that was going to end in divorce, but you're right. It might end up that he stays there. But here is Wojbaum on ESPN talking about how this whole thing might play out.
They want Damian Lillard. They just want him for as little as they're going to have to give up. And they're essentially daring Portland to go out into the marketplace, which is Portland is doing, and seeing if they can find better.
And I don't know that they will. I think you're right. I think the only way that this thing gets done is if the Heat increase their trade or sweeten their deal, or if they find a third team.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's going to be awkward because as I've told you, nothing makes me more nauseous than when players use social media to send like a discreet message and scrub. But that's what Tyler Hero did.
Right.
His bio used to say Miami Heat shooting guard. That's no longer up there.
Yeah.
But if this trade doesn't go down, as you predict that it will not, at least in the beginning, and Dame plays for the Blazers and Hero, that's going to be awkward. Hero knows that he's the cornerstone piece of that deal. And now he's got to go into the locker room knowing that he's, a dead man walking, or at least the guy that the organization is definitely willing to move on from if it means bringing in Dame. But if
that's
he
not
plays,
Tyler Hero's fault, though.
No, it's not. But I'm saying he's got, like, the Heat are going to want him to play out of his mind so that his trade value increases. But I mean, is he going to want to? He might pull a Harden. I'm not saying he's going to show up out of shape
for sure,
but he might be like, "F you guys."
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, that's the risk you run when you're gonna. I mean, Jaylen Brown went through a similar thing in Boston where he was perpetually put in trade requests or not requests. I'm sorry. He never requested a trade, but he was put into, when Boston was exploring how they can bring in KD, it was always Jaylen Brown thrown into the equation. And we saw that situation ended up playing itself out, right? Tyler Hero just signed a really big extension. I'm sure if, it happens all the time. It's the business of the NBA. Sometimes you get put into trades and it becomes rumors, public and all that stuff. And, you got to play through it. I mean, at the end of the day, you're on the team you're on, and, you got to be a professional and play through it sometimes. But, you can't blame the player for showing up and having hurt feelings when all they hear all offseason is that you're being thrown around in trades.
Yeah, for sure. Quickly here, we got to go to break, but do you expect James Harden to be a Sixer come the beginning of the season as well? He wants to go to the Clippers.
He wants to go to the Clippers. That kind of is a similar situation where I don't know what Philly wants value-wise, but I think so. I mean, I think Daryl Morey already proved that he's willing to hold out on a player until he gets the offer that he wants.
Fair enough. All right, well, coming up next, it is the Field Goal Herd all around Vegas sports books in the very least, but the world essentially, and McVay kind of skated on it on Sunday, but he finally had to answer the question, and I was pretty interested to hear what he had to say, but we will get into that and much, much more. You're listening to Zakariah and Watkins right here, Sactown Sports, 1140.
What's the latest with the San Francisco 49ers? Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross keep you up to date on all things red and gold during the Niners at 9 every weekday at 9 a.m. on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael, Dave, and I recognize, just like my friends at American Energy Heat and Air, that your time is important. And that's why shopping for a new air conditioner is now easier with American Energy Heat and Air's online quoting tool. All you have to do is go to AmericanEnergyAir.com and get an instant quote right now. It'll help you determine what system you're going to need to get. It'll provide the best pricing options, all from the comfort of your home without having to have somebody come to your home. You know how annoying that is? They come in and everybody there is so sweet and nice, but how much better is it to be able to get it on demand? Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be, or if you want to give them a call and talk through what your needs are, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Live and local. Live and local. This is Sactown Sports.
Welcome back, Sacramento. It is Sactown Sports alongside Chris Watkins. I am Zakariah. Coming up, bottom of the hour. He is not Ted DiBiase, Chris, but he did win $1 million when he won the Professional Fighting League.
Ooh.
Former UFC fighter and current Sirius XM Pac-12 show co-host, Sean O'Connell.
Many talents.
He will join the program, yeah. He's man.
He is a man.
I'm sure. Yeah, that's true. I'm sure there are a ton of people that are more torn up about the Pac-12 going away, but he's up there. And what a time, as I've said numerous times, what a time for the Pac-12 to go away when you've got 7 teams in the top 25. Total joke. Money.
It's the absolute worst. It doesn't make any sense to me.
So we'll talk to him about that, and maybe we'll spring. Are you a fighting guy?
I watch UFC. Yeah.
UFC.
I don't not like super into all of it, but like I know a good amount of the big names, big faces, and all that stuff. So
yeah,
I get excited for fight weeks when they're good, but cool. I'm not. Oh, it's UFC fight night tonight. Let me definitely check number 14 against number 15 tonight.
Yeah. I treat it like I treat all of the sports that I'm not hardcore into, which includes golf, tennis, hockey. Like I watch all the majors for golf. I watch all the majors for tennis. I watch playoff hockey, specifically the Stanley Cup final. And what else is in there? Soccer, like I like Euro Cup and World Cup, call it a little messy. So I guess you call it like a casual fan for that type of stuff. But I'll catch like the big fights. Definitely saw all the McGregor stuff and Ronda Rousey when she was in the news. I love Jim Bones Jones.
John.
That's my guy. John Bones Jones, sorry. Yeah, I love him so much.
Yeah.
I don't know his first name. I know the Bones part, but yeah. So we'll talk to him about Pac-12 stuff and also some fighting stuff. So we'll do that at the bottom of the hour. But right now, what were your initial thoughts, Chris, when you were watching that Niners-Rams game and the Rams were trying to drive down 10? Obviously, the game was over. And, you want to try as hard as you can down to the final second, all those cliche things that coaches throw out. But when you saw McVay go for the field goal, what were your, did you immediately go to gambling? Because that's what ended up being the whole outcry after.
Yeah.
Did you immediately think gambling, or did you just think, what is that strategically? What were your thoughts when you saw him go for the field goal?
I might be naive, but I know a lot of people, pretty much everybody's mind seemed to instantly go to, oh, what's the spread? Oh, 7.5.
Yeah,
He must have been.
I didn't.
No, my brain went to, okay, he's probably trying. He knows that the game is over. Obviously, that wasn't going to make an impact, but I assumed he's trying to make the score look better than what the game actually is, because it's tough to say, oh yeah, the 49ers dominated the Rams, 7-point victory. If it's a 10-point victory, especially if you didn't watch the game, it just looks a little bit more lopsided. It looks like it was a one-score game, like the Rams maybe had a chance. So that's where my mind instantly went, but at no point was I like, this is something nefarious. This is definitely him affecting spreads, or he knows the line, or I just thought, they were driving and, why, they're just putting up points. They're putting up as many points as possible, just to kind of do it.
Yeah, I actually knew what the spread was. It's funny because a lot of my friends call me, and because I'm a sports broadcaster, they think that I know how to. I'm like, dude, if I was good at gambling, I wouldn't be a sports broadcaster. Right. I would be gambling.
Yes,
a lot more money in that.
Yes.
But so I actually did know the spread, but did not think about that at all when it happened. I was thinking more like, is he trying to figure out onside kick or whatever, and then a Hail Mary?
Sure.
I was thinking time and score, or
there
whatever.
Wasn't enough time.
Yeah, I mean, the time expired as the kick was going on. So, but then still, even then, I mean, there's even less time to do a Hail Mary. I don't know.
Well, it was pointless.
I was not going gambling.
Yeah.
But, man, you check Twitterverse, and look, there's been so many rumors about the NFL and it being scripted that the NFL's leaned into it, and they even have commercials where they're players reading scripts,
right.
So they've kind of owned all that. There has been point shaving or scandals, specifically in basketball with
McGonaghy. Tim Donaghy.
There you go. And Pete Rose in baseball or whatever.
Right.
But
Black Sox, all that stuff.
Yeah, nothing specific other than when the NFL had backup referees, which lasted up until Monday Night Football.
Ridiculous.
That was so bad. It was literally like your friend with kids next door that was refereeing those games. But yeah, I mean, everybody was saying, why would that happen unless but I always say, how would the NFL know? How would they communicate it to McVay? How would they go about figuring out which side would even be the one that they would, because technically if it was a scheme or it was a script, they could tell them not to kick the field goal.
Sure.
And then people could say, well, why didn't they kick the field goal? If they had kicked the field goal, they would have covered. So I think it's just a bunch of angry people that lost on it.
Yes, absolutely. That's all that is.
Nobody that actually ended up having the Rams cover were complaining.
No.
It was the people that bet the Niners.
So what a miracle. I mean, I've put money down on like a couple games, and there's been a couple times where it is like, mainly, especially it happens in basketball all the time, where it's like, okay, they're up, whatever. I need 5 more points from the losing team, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, they're just running down, taking threes, and when it comes down to the last second like that, it is really thrilling. So I do feel for everyone, or I guess I
depends on which side. Yeah.
Great side.
If your buddy bet the side where it won, you're thrilled. Yeah, there's a Scott Van Pelt does a segment called Bad Beats. Yeah, and in the intro to that, I think it's who does the Raiders radio now?
It used to be Musburger.
Yes, Musburger.
I don't think he still does.
Oh, is he done now?
I think
when they first went to Vegas, he took over for Greg Papa.
Yeah.
Anyways, part of that is he goes, there are a lot of people. It's like a fumble that gets recovered in the end zone for a touchdown. There's a lot of people that are upset about that play, and a lot of people that are real happy. And that's pretty much what that field goal was.
Absolutely.
But let's hear for a possible explanation on exactly what went down with that field goal as time expired.
Yeah, what we were trying to do is we were trying to be able to get a completion to where we kicked a field goal beforehand with the opportunity to be able to, we were trying to, if we had hit that deep in breaking route, it really would have worked out the way that we wanted to. We were going to try to kick a field goal right once we got into, field goal position, to then be able to kick an onside and try to give ourselves a real opportunity to win the game. by the time it got down to it, didn't anticipate that, in cut that we hit Puka running that long, and just said, all right, just go ahead and kick the field goal. Felt like it was an opportunity to be able to, not leave Matthews susceptible to an unnecessary heave to the end zone and get an opportunity for our field goal operation. But the initial goal was to try to get a 2-for-1 to where you end up getting into field goal range a little bit earlier with some of the play selections that we had, and then ultimately be able to try to, have an onside kick to then be able to go try to compete to tie or win the game. But apparently artists told me there's a lot of people in Vegas pissed off about that decision. I clearly was not aware of that stuff.
And I totally believe it. Most of the time when you talk a lot, it's because you're trying to cover up something.
Sure.
But that sounded exactly like a football's coach brain. You know what I mean? Like, all those explanations, I guarantee you, is what was going through his head, and not the spread was 7.5.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it makes sense that he's saying essentially he kicked the field goal to preserve Matt Stafford. Why take an unnecessary shot? I think it was his elbow or his shoulder that got hurt last year.
It's
right.
one of the most mysterious injuries ever.
So why do you want him, heaving the ball and getting hurt?
And also, he talked about the 2-for-1. I think honestly,
that
all
part
of
makes
that
sense.
was just football stuff.
That absolutely makes sense. Going for the 2-for-1, just kicking the quickest field goal possible, taking the onside kick and trying to score quickly on the next drive. That makes sense, but still, I understand why he, especially it being an alleged home game for them. I understand why he didn't just maybe kneel it instead of even kick. Because, if the game is over, the game is over. So, he could have hurt his kicker, could have slipped or, and obviously that's an incredibly rare situation. But, he just still didn't completely answer why did you take the kick? Like if you had already at that point, the game is over. You have lost the game. If you're already thinking about preserving your team, why not just kneel the ball out?
Another theory that's been thrown out is that I think the 6th and 7th tiebreaker for a playoff spot, if the first
points
5
or something,
points, heads up,
points scored,
and like difference total or whatever, and also just the general feeling, right? Get the field goal kicker, like a field goal kick experience in game. The game being closer, feeling better about the final score. And again, all sorts. I think honestly, the 2-for-1 part was the one that stuck out the most to me. I think he was thinking field goal, onside kick. Obviously, at that point, that the clock's going to expire.
Right.
But in terms of what he was thinking while he was doing it, that was just part of him assuming that there was even more time left and just going through what he would have done had there been actual time for a miracle.
Right.
Which I think is what you're supposed to do as a coach. You're again, all those cliches, you're supposed to fight until the final second goes off the clock. But yeah, obviously that popped up a bunch of stuff, but there are situations where I think it's warranted to question. Not that there's even then stuff behind it. I think this was much to do about nothing. And one of those scenarios where it messed up a lot of people, but I assure you that's not what was at the forefront of McVay's brain while he was doing it.
To me, the point differential thing makes by far the most sense. Again, even from just from a visual standpoint on the day, but also, you mentioned, divisional tiebreakers, or even if this team is going to sneak into a wild card spot, like all the point differential is one of the first things that they look at for deciding who would get a tiebreaker. And, all those things, they matter. It might only be week 2, but that 4-point difference or whatever, I guess it was 3-point difference. 3-point difference in the result, like that could end up elongating the Rams season. So I think it's a long-term play, and it might have made, minimal sense to all of us, but like you said, I think Sean McVay had the bigger goal in mind.
Yeah,
bigger
for
vision.
Sure. Well, hopefully we can all move on.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be another gambling
I guarantee
scandal like that throughout the year, but at least for now we can turn the page. Yes. All right, coming up next, bottom of the hour, Sean O'Connell, Sirius XM Pac-12 show host, also PFL Professional Fighters League play-by-play announcer, former UFC fighter, also an author, believe it or not.
Wow.
Traveler, wannabe Renaissance man, and his avatar photo is that of him petting a lion.
You're just putting this man on blast.
He's one of those. Well, he's also my friend, so I can bust his you-know-what. So we'll talk to him about the Pac-12 network, how pathetic it is that they are dissipating, and much, much more. We'll do that next. You're listening to Zakariah, Chris Watkins, right here, Sactown Sports, 1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Who do they decide on for the Super Bowl?
What do you mean, halftime act?
Yeah. I know that Taylor Swift.
Yeah, turned them down, right?
At what point do people turn on Taylor Swift and be like, why don't you lower your prices? And I understand the whole Ticketmaster thing, but what about the merch? Like, legit, do you have to make $1 billion? Could you make 500 million? Could you?
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It's Wednesday. We've got a hazy start to the morning. Temperatures are comfortable in the 50s as we head through the afternoon. Plan for mostly sunny skies, temps in the mid to upper 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Imagine taking a nice warm bath in your shower. Let us fix that. Right now, get that clogged drain unclogged for just $97. Bonnie, plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
At Ashton & Price, we get injury victims to yes. Experience, yes. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years. No more insurance companies? Yes. Our clients focus on getting better, and we handle all the rest. Results? Yes. We've collected over $100 million for injury victims. No fee until we win? Yes. Our clients pay nothing until we win. Ashton & Price, the best at getting to yes. Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Gold Country Casino Resort Norville is proud to present one of the most powerful voices in country music. Come on now, we're running out of moonlight. Randy Houser, live in concert on Saturday, September 23rd. Let me show you how. Purchase your tickets now to see all of Randy Houser's greatest hits. Only at
Gold Country Casino Resort.
Must be 21 or older.
For a business to thrive, there needs to be a constant stream of new customers. This happens through strong lead generation. Did you know that lead generation is one of the most important tools of any marketing campaign? Let us help you identify your target audience and market your products and services to them. To get started today, contact aimyourdigital.com. That's aimyourdigital.com and start seeing results today.
Attention taxpayers, ready for some bad news? With $80 billion in new funding from Congress, the IRS has launched their most aggressive hiring campaign ever to ramp up enforcement. If you're ignoring your taxes, don't delay another minute because your paycheck, your bank account, even your home or business could already be at risk. Now, here's the good news. Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm, can get to work immediately, helping to protect you from the IRS. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their tax attorneys and licensed professionals are experts at resolving tax problems. Let them help determine if you qualify for the Fresh Start Initiative or other powerful IRS tax assistance programs. Take control. Call Optima Tax Relief now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Welcome back, Sacramento. This is Sactown Sports 1140. I am Zakariah. He is Chris Watkins. Coming up at 1145. Fifth, fun in the 40s. Another edition of Getting to Know You. We'll play that lovely song in the background. We are 2 days in getting to know each other. Chris and I will find out some more things. Chris, disappointed by she feels like you had to have a better answer for favorite place in the world. She thought it was kind of cute that your answer was home, but she wanted you to have like a more exotic favorite place in the world.
Who's that?
My mother.
Yeah.
Number one fan, by the way.
Yes. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I'll try and think of something better, but I'm just very untraveled. So.
How about this? As we're efforting Sean O'Connell, how about this? Favorite place that you've been to outside of home? You have traveled, correct?
Yes, I have.
You've been
traveled.
outside of the country?
I have not been out. Well, technically Mexico.
Okay.
But, that still kind of feels, especially like some of the more touristy spots
Yeah,
are
for sure.
a little bit less, official.
Technically we're connected to.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So it's not really out of it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
out of the continent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say favorite place that I've visited. Again, it really hasn't been that many places. I do love San Diego. I just think San Diego is like a great weekend spot, like especially here in Sacramento. If you just want to, do a Friday, Saturday, Sunday trip down to San Diego, I think you can't go wrong there.
Yeah, I've often said, as much as I love Northern California,
Mhm.
if I were to live anywhere else, it's San Diego.
Yeah.
I love LA and it's popping, great place to go
Yeah.
visit, party, or whatever, but I wouldn't want to live there.
Mhm.
Smog, San Diego doesn't have it. Traffic, San Diego doesn't have it as bad.
Yes.
And the people are a lot more, in my opinion,
Right.
not to disparage the people of Southern California,
Right.
but more relatable. How about I phrase it like that?
Yeah.
How about I praise the San Diego people instead of dissing the LA people?
Absolutely.
Yeah, San Diego's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, and I always say, I don't want to sound like, some uppity, whatever, but it feels like LA is more of an idea than like an actual place. Like, when you think of LA, like, what is the actual location you think of?
Well, I mean, it's like, it's the whole thing. I mean,
Exactly.
anything
It's
can
all of
be,
it.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
all of
It's
it.
basically
Anaheim, all
yeah,
that stuff.
Basically just SoCal. All right, time to bring on the one, the only, Sean O'Connell, who hit me with I'm living my life, Lois. When I asked him if he was going to join us, he does join us just a little bit tardy, not a huge deal. Follow him on Twitter at Real OC Sports. He is a man that I worked with in the Bay Area. He showed up to his show with, he could not look out of one of his eyes because it was literally a grapefruit. He won $1 million on New Year's Eve in New York as he won the prize for winning the Professional Fighters League. Now he does the play-by-play for the Professional Fighters League. He also does a show that might go extinct, or maybe he's going to find another spot or another niche, but the Pac-12 is going by the wayside. He is Sean O'Connell. He's also my good friend, as you can tell by the intro. Sean, how are you, sir?
Doing all right. How are you guys doing?
No complaints, living the dream. I'm looking at the top 25, Sean, and I'm going, okay, USC, Pac-12, ranked 5th. Washington, Pac-12, ranked 8th. Oregon, depending on where you are, 10. 11, as you were in Salt Lake in your backyard. Utah is at 11. Then we have Oregon State, not normally a powerhouse, but they're in the top 15 at 14. You keep going. We all know about Dion. He's up to 19 at this point. Another team that's not normally a powerhouse, Washington State, they're at 21. You got UCLA, who's fallen on some bad times. They're at 22. You would look at that, Sean, and you'd go, this is like like the SEC. This is a powerhouse in college football, and they're going bye-bye next year. Before we get into all the details, can you just give us a simple answer of, other than money, why?
Well, there is no other answer other than money, right? I mean, money is what did this. Money was the driving force behind the departure of USC and UCLA first, and then Colorado next, and Washington and Oregon, and it's money and it's television networks driving all of this change, and it's super unfortunate. And it is the most Pac-12 thing ever that in the final year, the throes of death happens to be a team with 8 top 25 squads, a conference, I should say, with 8 top 25 squads. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, 4 of the best 10 quarterbacks in college football definitively are in the Pac-12 conference, and you can make a case for more of them. And yet this thing is going to go extinct next year. There probably will be a brand called the Pac something via reverse merger, because Oregon State and Washington State still own the branding rights, and they're going to add Fresno and whoever else, right, that wants to be part of that. So we all know that whatever that Pac-8, Pac-10, Pac-12 is called is going to be a diminished brand. So thanks for salting that wound. I appreciate that.
Sorry, bud. I love you.
Let's talk about the here and now then. This weekend, there's tons of good action, specifically in the Pac-12. I mean, there's 3 matchups of top 25 teams just in the Pac-12. What matchup excites you the most this weekend?
Well, I'm a Utah guy. Utah-UCLA is, I think, super intriguing because if Cam Rising, the starting quarterback for Utah, is back and healthy, then they're a team that can compete for a conference championship, which would make 3 straight for the Utes.
Wow.
If he's not, and if they continue to have to go through the motions without him, I think this is where you run into some trouble, right? They're 3-0 so far without him, but UCLA is a really good team. UCLA's got one of the best pass rushers in the country in Leatu Latu, and that's not who you want coming after a guy in his second start if Nate Johnson ends up getting the start again. So So that's a really intriguing matchup for me because these are two physical teams that are going to try and slug it out. And obviously, everyone in the country is going to have their sights on Colorado, Oregon, because you saw some of the chinks in the armor for Colorado last week against Colorado State. And Oregon is a team that I think is built to exploit some of the weaknesses that Colorado showed. But Colorado is a well-coached team. They have a lot of talent on the edges. So that's going to be a fun matchup one way or the other.
Sean O'Connell, follow him on Twitter at Real OC Sports. Joins us, Zakariah and Watkins here on Sactown Sports 1140. Let's get to, it's been the talk of the town. I know it's shined a lot more attention on college football than it's gotten in a long time. To me, it can only be a good thing. And you see the ratings. I believe they damn near outrated Alabama 2 weeks ago. And then this past weekend, I believe it was the highest rated ESPN college football night game ever. It's been nothing but positivity, right? I know there's old school people, take off your hat and your sunglasses or whatever, but for the most part, it's bringing in casual fans to pay more attention to the sport.
Colorado and what Deion is doing in Boulder right now is the future of college football in the name, image, and likeness era, in a transfer portal era, in a gradually more and more professional era of college sports. You have a guy who is the ultimate cult of personality. He's incredibly charismatic, but he also knows how to coach. It's not just a gimmick, right? Deion Sanders is a guy who's developing these individuals as players. By all accounts, he's developing them as young men. And this is just the beginning. Last year, Colorado was the worst roster in Power 5 football. Might have been the worst roster in Division I football. And now they're a ranked team. Do I think they're going to be a Pac-12 champion this year, a college football playoff team this year? Absolutely not. But the fact that we're watching it and we're talking about it, and every college football show is traveling to Boulder 1 year after they were the laughing stock of the entire country.
College game day.
The Rock was in the locker room next to Deion's mother last weekend after the win. Like, this guy is just doing something that is so unique and special and incredible. And his players deserve a ton of credit too. Travis Hunter, who got injured, his lacerated liver in that game, the way that he handled the questions about the late hit, tell me everything I need to know about the culture of Colorado football, everything I need to know about what Deion is teaching these guys, everything I need to know about the character of somebody like Travis Hunter. They are in it for the long haul. They are in it for the big picture. And this is not going to be a flash in the pan. I hope they can keep Deion in Boulder, because he is building something really, really special.
And part of what makes them so special has been the performance of his son, Shador, who's been a fantastic all year long at quarterback. But he's not really the only Pac-12 quarterback who's been putting up noise. Obviously, Caleb Williams wins the Heisman last year. UW's got themselves quite the quarterback there as well. How would you power rank the top? Just give me like the top three quarterbacks right now in the Pac-12, because it feels like it's a quarterback division right now.
Yeah. Well, Caleb Williams still gets the top spot because he's the returning Heisman Trophy winner. He's basically played a half of each of their first three games and already has insane numbers and insane production, right?
Yeah.
He's number one. If it's 1A and 1B, the 1B right behind him or standing shoulder to shoulder with him is the guy you mentioned, Michael Penix Jr. From the University of Washington. 3 games. 3 impressive performances. Boise, Tulsa, and Michigan State are not the best talent they're going to face this year, but they're all teams with real players. There's an NFL defender or two on each of those rosters, and he's got 1,330 yards, 12 touchdowns, and 1 interception through 3 games.
3 games. That's crazy.
And then, I think you got to give credit to Shador for what he's done. Like, if you got to find the 3 spot, I think that goes to Shador Sanders right now, especially because he had that 98-yard comeback drive that allowed them to beat Colorado State. Should they have been in that position against the mid-level Mountain West Conference team? Probably not. But everything's crazy in rivalry games and in-state games. And the fact that he engineered that drive and that the 2 scores in overtime and the 2-point conversion in overtime, the dude makes really good decisions with the football, handles his business. So if you got to go 1, 2, 3, that's how I'm doing it right now.
Yeah.
We'll get you out of here on this and take your time because we're going to go a little bit long here. But number one, I want you to just touch on how badly botched, because it seemed like the main reason why the Pac-12 is going bye-bye is because they couldn't get a TV deal done. So explain how close that got, how much they were fighting over peanuts. I mean, how much that was at the crux of everything. And then also tell the people where they can find and hear you, and let us know, for a casual fighting fan like me, some events that are going to round out the calendar year, some fights that we should look forward to as we get towards the end of the year.
Okay, I'll start with the terrible job that Pac-12 leadership did that ended up killing a 108-year-old conference. Okay, we've seen now the postmortem, all the examinations, the autopsy, so to speak. There was a conversation with ESPN sometime, I don't know if it was last November, it was last summer, whatever, where they said the Pac-12 wanted $50 million per year per school. And ESPN said, no, we'll give you in the neighborhood of 30. Pac-12 said, no, we want 50. And so ESPN effectively was out at that point. And as soon as one of those major players removes themselves from the negotiation, removes themselves from the competition, the number comes down for everybody. And then if you fast forward to when they actually got a deal done for the Big 12, when the teams that are going to the Big 10 decided on what their figure is going to be per year per school, do you guys want to take a rough guesstimate on what that number actually looks like?
So they wanted 50. ESPN said 30. Teams left. I'm guessing it went all the way down to, I like this over-under game, I'm going to go 12.
I would have said closer to I'll say 20.
Well, 30-ish million is
That's what I would have put, yeah.
Is what they're going to take, is what Oregon and Washington are going to take to go to the Big Ten. UCLA and USC get a full share right away, so they're going to be making 60 to 80 very soon. All of the teams, the four corner schools that decided to go to the Big 12, they're going to get roughly $32 million a year from the television contract. Cal and Stanford are taking a reduced share in the ACC because they had nowhere else to go. They're going to end up with far less than that in the initial running. But the point is, all of these schools were okay with taking $30 million in that neighborhood per year per school. And the conference and the president and the people in power said, no, we don't want that from you, ESPN. Well, guess what? The conference died because of that decision. Because you said, we're worth 50, you think we're worth 30. You forced them away from the negotiating table, and then everyone had to jump ship. That's just disgusting to me. And the reason why these numbers were so low from the television networks, by the way, was because everyone said no one wants to watch West Coast football. No one wants to watch Pac-12 branded football. Let's rewind this conversation 5 minutes and tell me 9.3 million viewers for Colorado, who was the worst team in the conference last year. Like, if Dion had been the coach in Boulder while this television negotiation was happening, they might have got their $50 million. They would have at least gotten $35 million per year per school. So I don't think I need to do more to paint a picture of how terrible that failure was.
Yeah.
All right. Where can we find you, and what fight should we look up to?
PFL Championship is coming on Black Friday, day after Thanksgiving. We'll be on ESPN for the undercard. We'll be on pay-per-view for the main card. 6 championship fights, 6 $1 million prizes handed out. We're in Washington, D.C. the day after Thanksgiving. So watch your NFL Black Friday game, and then after that, dial up the pay-per-view and watch me calling some fights. Nice. And you can find me during this football season on Sirius XM channel 373 on Pac-12 Today with my buddy Jeff Schwartz. You can follow me at Real OC Sports on all the socials.
All right, and best UFC fight that you're looking forward to this year?
The best UFC fight I'm looking forward to? John Jones, Stipe Miocic is coming up. Heavyweight championship of the world in New York City. Might be John Jones' last fight. I don't like the character of the man, but he is the best fighter ever to walk the face of this planet in the sport of mixed martial arts, and he might be going out on top.
And I called him Jim earlier, and I said that he was my favorite fighter. As I often call you out of name. Sean, always appreciate your time, man. Enjoy what you got left. I'm sure you're going to find something. I mean, maybe you'll go to the ACC and you'll be flying to North Carolina to cover games, or who knows, man. That's going to be so weird when, I guess for basketball, it'd be kind of cool. North Carolina, Cal. I can go to Berkeley and catch a Cal Bear North Carolina game.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Regionally makes perfect sense.
I know. And what's really going to stink that nobody's talking about is the sports that get funded by football, since the costs are going to go up for the traveling, are going to go by the wayside. But anyways, thank you for joining us, Sean. Have a good one.
Thanks for having me, fellas. Enjoy the show.
All right, there you go. That guy, I could have went to his fight for $1 million in New York City on New Year's Eve, and I did not go. One of my biggest mistakes.
That's on you.
Could have been ringside. That is a flag on me. 15-yard variety. I might even get thrown out for targeting. All right, coming up 11:45, we will do the fifth Fun in the 40s, and this is the Getting to Know Each Other edition. We've done it for the past couple of days. I'm trying to learn Chris. He's a very complicated character. I'm more of an open book, but we'll do that next. You're listening to Zakariah and Watkins right here, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Can Mike Brown build on last season's Coach of the Year award? Can the Kings exceed 48 wins?
We will be better prepared to make the run that we expect to run come next playoff.
Tune into every Kings game this season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
The game of football is about pain. Ever since I was 5 years old, it's been all about football. It's been about running, jumping, blocking, tackling. I stopped playing at 31.
You're listening to Michael Robinson, retired pro fullback.
I thought that foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I'm so glad I'm at Good Feet. I'm so glad that those arch supports are in my shoes. I had terrible foot issues that prevented me from really having a normal life with my kids. With the Good Feet arch supports, man, I'm always ready. My kids actually got to enjoy me in the yard more, racing each other, backpedaling, teaching them some things, being a dad. If I had known about the Good Feet arch support earlier, I would have more than one championship. I would have 2 championship rings.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville. Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
Everyone knows Elk Grove Kia is home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty on every new Kia. But did you also know that Elk Grove Kia is your one-stop place for used cars? I'm talking over 300 used cars available. With Kia's certified program, with its 165-point quality assurance inspection, we know peace of mind on used cars is important. And that's why we also offer extended service agreements on all our used makes and models. Most prices are under Kelley Blue Book retail. New car protection at used car prices. From used sports cars to used delivery vans, we got them all at Elk Grove Kia. And our financing folks have over 100 years of combined experience. So we approve just about everyone. No credit, little credit, bad credit, no problem. And Elk Grove Kia is proud of our don't like it, bring it back guarantee for up to 3 days or 150 miles, no questions asked. Why would you buy your used car anywhere else? So check us out online at elkgrovekia.com today.
Turn your highway into a smileway. Elk Grove Kia.
Safe Credit Union is our local community-based financial partner, and they are committed to the well-being of their members. Jason Ross here, and we all work hard to reach our financial goals, and banking with Safe helps make that a reality. Because with Safe, you always get competitive rates on savings and loans, so you can spend less and save more for your future. If you're not a member yet, give Safe a try and discover all that truly makes Safe one of the best credit unions in California. Join today at safecu.org/join. Safe Credit Union is insured by NCUA.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company Zone 1 report.
Get your retirement savings to play ball with your retirement plan. Call Cap Trust today at 916-924-7527 or log on to captrust.com.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Welcome back, Sacramento. It is Sactown Sports. I am Zakariah. He is Chris Watkins. Coming up, top of the hour as we get you into the PM portion of your day. Kings fans, we know it's in the middle of football. We know we're getting towards baseball playoff time, but we also know basketball is around the corner.
Oh, yeah.
And we have not forgotten about you, Kings fans. And we want to know, which returning King are you most excited about? Which new King are you most excited about? You can jump in and join in. You can either text. If you're too shy to be on the show, you can text the show, 916-339-1140. That's also where you can call in. Which returning King are you most excited about? Which new King are you most excited about? 916-339-1140. We'll do that at noon, Chris. But right now, do we have our getting to know you music as we do
Real
fun
quick.
in the 40s? Yes.
Adam Schefter just put out Giants have ruled out Saquon Barkley for Thursday night. So there was some Brian Daboll audio yesterday saying that he wasn't going to officially rule him out yet. But
I think we all saw that play, and we'll get into that at 1 o'clock. I think everybody knew that saw that play, knew that he wasn't going to play on Thursday.
Yep.
But here we go. Time to find out more about each other, Chris.
Let's do it.
I want to start with this one. Now, you are how old?
27, going to be 28 next month.
God bless you. I would give a lot to shave a decade off of my life. I am 39, turning 40 this year. Big 4-0 for me.
Congratulations.
I guess getting to 40, congratulations. The actual
Absolutely.
age, you can't say congratulations.
Oh, yeah.
on. But how about this one? Favorite age thus far? Do you have a favorite age?
Looking back, probably like when I was like 12 or 13, when I didn't have any actual responsibilities.
Like
I could just get home, play video games all day, and not have to worry about paying bills or just the daily stresses of life, figuring out if you're going to make it or not in life. Like, I think the ignorance of being like in high school is definitely something I think about all the time, that I definitely should have taken bigger advantage of, just having that level of freedom, of lack of responsibility.
I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, I mean, you think about like middle school, 5th, 6th grade was a bunch of fun. You just played pickup football, pickup basketball, strike out all day long. Yeah. And a lot of older people, like people in their 50s, 60s, 70s, they'll tell you that the 40s is the best decade of their life, which makes me feel a little better about turning 40.
Like the 20s is supposed to be a struggle. Everyone struggles.
Yeah.
30 is like, you're in your 30s. You're supposed to kind of start to figure out your career. And then by the 40s, that's when they say, though this is, with inflation and everything that's going on with, jobs and all that, it's just like,
I think
it feels like the 40s is when you're supposed to have your money and be able to enjoy it. But
we'll see.
Yeah.
Hopefully that turns out for me.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go 25.
Sure.
25. College was fun, but it was a blur.
Okay.
High school, you go through the awkward phase, of course, and then I don't know. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Like 5th, 6th grade was great, but 25, I felt like that was the age where you're done with college, and your friends aren't married with kids yet.
Yeah.
Like I only have a couple buddies that are like me that are not married and don't have kids. I mean, it's cool. I love seeing, all my nieces and nephews out there. Shout out to them. But, it's a little less hanging out and watching football.
For sure.
So I'd go 25 on that. All right.
I just feel like I'm too broke at 25. That's my problem. It's just like, be nice to have.
But you don't
little
care if you have money, really.
I do. I definitely did.
Okay.
I absolutely
It didn't
cared
bother
about
me
not
that I
having
lived, whatever small paycheck I was getting to paycheck.
How much was rent when you were 25?
I've literally never paid rent. I took over my household.
Bro, you're killing me.
I took over my household house. So when I got into Cal, my father was going to sell the house in Berkeley.
Yeah.
And I said, how about I spend all summer fixing it up and rent it out to my friends and then giving you the money for the rent, and then I don't have to pay rent. So I lived in the same house in the Berkeley Hills since I was 2.5 years old.
That's incredible. Yeah. That's dope.
Best decision I ever made in my entire life.
100%. Stay rent free.
How about this one? We got to go rapid fire because we went long with OC. You have to pick 3 albums. Desert Island, 3 albums and 3 albums only. What do you got?
I got Kanye West Graduation. I've got
great album. Before he went crazy.
Yes.
Fantastic album.
There is no before he went crazy.
Well, he was less crazy.
Yeah. I was like,
he wasn't wearing ski masks. Yeah.
I would
That's
go.
a great album.
Kendrick Lamar, Good Kid, Mad City.
Okay.
And I would probably go Drake, Take Care.
Okay, so you're not mixing up much on the genres.
No.
I'm going Tupac, All Eyes on Me, which is cheating because it's 2 CDs.
Okay.
I'm going Bob Marley, Legend.
Sure.
And I'm going Al Green, Greatest Hits. Just to break up the different.
Greatest hits feels like a cheat code.
It is kind of. You're right. I should probably revisit it.
It's fair.
We don't have time. All right. I'm going to get away with it because we don't have time. All right. Top of the hour. Kings fans, which king are you most excited about? Which new king are you most excited about? And which returning king are you most excited about? We'll talk about that next. You're listening to Zakariah and Chris Watkins right here, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Fall is here, and Good Guys Heating and Cooling wants to make sure you're taken care of through the month of September. From now until September 30th, book any tune-up or troubleshooting appointment and get 100% of the trip charge credited back on any completed repairs. Normal big box companies charge $89 or more. Why not put that toward what needs to be fixed? Call Good Guys Heating and Cooling now at 530-GOOD-AIR. That's 530-GOOD-AIR. Or book your appointment now at goodguysheatingcooling.com. Best service, best price, guarantee. And that's no bull. License number 1057618.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton & Price in your corner. When you call Ashton & Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real-life person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network. One of the big assignments for the A's front office going into the offseason will be how to set up the 40-man roster, especially when you consider the A's have used 61 players this year, including 40 pitchers and 21 rookies, the latest being the right-hander Joe Boyle, who fired 3 innings of shutout baseball, making his major league debut in the recent series against the Padres. Ken Korak here, introducing you to the Xfinity 10G network. Xfinity is undergoing a multi-year network evolution, giving you a powerful connection today while building toward a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The Xfinity 10G network gives you the fastest internet with even faster speeds rolling out all the time. You also get a consistent and reliable connection when everyone's online, even during peak hours. That's a home run. If you want to learn more, go online at xfinity.com/10G.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's going on for Jeep Adventure Days?
Right now, save up to $10,500 off MSRP when you lease the all-new 2024 Jeep Wrangler 4xe. And you can even lease the all-new 2024 Sport S Wrangler 4xe for only $459 a month.
Sorry, Chad, I must have misheard you. Did you say 2024 Wrangler 4xe?
You heard that right. The brand new 2024s. And that's not it. If you've been looking at the Jeep Gladiator, you can save up to $12,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Jeep Gladiators.
Wow, take advantage of these savings before they're gone at Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. See their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$10,500 total net savings applies to lease only after $8,500 factory rebates and $2,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include $7,500 federal tax credit, subject to change without notice. Lease term is 36 months with $49.95 due at signing plus tax, title, and license on approved credit through Stellantis. 10,000 miles per year limit with 25 cents per mile charge for access. $12,000 total net savings on select 2023 Gladiators after $62.52 rebates and $53.48 dealer discounts. Rebates include $500 first responder bonus cash for current members of eligible First Responders Association. 5 days net savings. See dealer for details.
Now at Staples, the prices of HP printers are dropping. Save on HP Smart Tank and enjoy even more savings on ink. Save on the HP Inkjet, perfect for high-quality pics. Save on HP laser printers, great for tackling high-volume document printing. Now through September 30th, save on Staples' entire selection of HP printers, some as low as $69.99. With HP printer price drops at Staples, now is the time to upgrade to HP, America's most trusted printer brand. See staples.com/HP for details.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Keep it on the local level. Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. Damian Lillard stated yesterday on the Is What It Is podcast that he would never join the Golden State Warriors despite it being home to him, that being Oakland. Woj also reported that the Heat have a deal in place to get Dame to South Beach, but they are waiting on Portland to feel the market out. In the NFL news, the Niners welcomed the New York Giants to San Francisco for their official home opener this Thursday. There are two crucial game-time decisions as of now for both teams. Actually, this is breaking news as of last segment. Saquon Barkley is out for the game, but Brandon Ayuk is officially a game-time decision. Catch the game right here on Sactown Sports with kickoff at 5:15 and pregame an hour beforehand. Those are the headlines. Now we get to the second half of the midday show with Zakariah and Chris Watkins.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
Welcome into the PM portion of your day. I am Zakariah alongside Chris Watkins. This is Sactown Sports 1140. Coming up, 12:15. The rich continue to get richer in one way that may or may not excite you, but I think one that definitely will. Talking about your San Francisco 49ers, of course. We'll get into that right now. We're going to get into some Kings talk. Which returning King, Kings fans, are you most excited about? And which new King are you most excited about? You can join the program, 916-339-1140. You can also text the show at 916-339-1140. Check us out on Twitter or X or whatever floats your boat. Also YouTube, search Sactown Sports. You can watch us do our show and do our nonverbal magic as we get through the 4 hours where we do sports radio.
Yeah, exactly.
All that
it's
good
completely
stuff.
different experience.
Yeah, for sure. He's on X or Twitter. He's hopefully not on X, but he is on Twitter at Chris M. Watkins. I am at Zach Sports, ZAK Sports.
It's still twitter.com. You know, that's the funny thing about him calling it X now is even if, you know, it's still.
Everyone's going to do Twitter.
Yeah.
And like when I was looking up OC's Twitter handle to make sure I had his bio and all that, I put in Sean O'Connell Twitter. I didn't put in Sean O'Connell X.
Right. No, you might get a whole different search if you type in X.
Did you see it came out that he's going to start charging people no matter what, even if you don't want the little verified blue thing?
Yeah.
He's going to have a monthly charge just to use Twitter?
Yeah, I don't know if that's like confirmed yet, but I did see the report that that's going to happen. And if that happens, something tells me he's going to lose a massive base of Twitter.
Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen on it. I mean, someone's just going to pop one up that's going to be an alternate that's free.
I mean, Threads is already kind of out there. It
kind of fell off.
Yeah, it fell off really quick, but I think the fact that so many people still got it and it really just takes a little bit of a push. That's all it's going to take. I mean, people were so excited to hop onto Threads. I think the second Elon really messes up Twitter, which he's definitely had a decline, a slow, slippery slope to doing so. I think people just need a little bit of a push, and paying for it would definitely, I think, be that push.
Yeah, I don't think that you're wrong. I mean, people are tired of it for one reason or the other. But it's also part of the routine, and people don't like breaking their routine for a lot. But yeah, I think a monthly subscription with all the stuff that's piling up, everybody's paying for 85 different channels. Yeah. Cutting the cord seemed like such a good idea until you realized that cutting the cord meant that you had to get all of these different things to.
Bro. I'm telling you right now, I thought it would have happened by now, but I'm going to say in the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to come back to, man, you know what's so annoying is having all these apps and all these different places. Wouldn't it just be great if we just had like a box that just like centralized everything and had everything in it? And we're just going to go back around to a cable box or some version of it.
For sure. Yeah, no, I agree. It's like, oh, yeah, you mean like what we had before?
Literally.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, let's get into this Kings talk here. When we throw out, which one you want to start with? I will let you go first, and I will let you choose between the two. Which returning King, which new King are you most excited about? I have pretty rapid fire. I would say the returning King took me a second. The new King was an instant answer, but what do you got?
We'll go with the new King because I
Okay.
feel like we'll spend a little bit more time on the new guy than anyone returning. I'm just going to assume that you're going to go with Sasha Vezenkov. So I'm going to, and I am very excited about Sasha.
Yep.
But I think enough people aren't talking about Chris Duarte right now. And I think what he's going to bring to this team, I think is going to be, I personally view him more as like a backup small forward. I think if you are looking at the shooting guard position, you kind of already have that locked up with Malik and Kevin Huerter.
Agreed.
And so to me, the natural spot for him to go is if Harrison Barnes or Keegan Murray step out of the game, Chris Duarte is going to step right in. He's got a lot of experience with with Domantas Sabonis in Indiana, had his best year of his career with Sabonis and attributed a lot of that success directly to playing with Domas. So I think just the excitement of what that brings, he's going to be a shooter, another shooter added to this roster. But also, if you're looking at how are the Kings going to get better at defense, to me, he's the one who shows at least some defensive upside. And I think that could really warrant him getting a lot more minutes than what people are expecting and maybe even slipping into some closing lineup.
Not to drag the getting to know you segment into this segment,
Why not?
but getting to know you. Are you an analytics guy? Are you an analytics guy?
To an extent.
Do you dive in a bunch to like the
more like
put it like this? Do you pay attention to Raptor?
No, absolutely
Okay.
not.
All
No,
right.
To me, that's way too deep.
See, I consider myself not to be an analytics guy, but that's one of the analytics categories or whatever that I actually pay a lot of attention to. I think oftentimes you're swayed into liking things. I don't know if you're like this, but I'm easily swayed. If somebody I like brings it up, I'm much more likely to start to pay attention to it.
Sure.
And I forget specifically who it was, but somebody that I like and respect had mentioned it. And then I kind of started using it as my barometer.
Can you contextualize what, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but like I love basketball. I know pretty much all the stats. Raptor and like LeBron, there's tons of like acronym stats that they're like a compilation of stats. And I feel like there's tons of other stats that can better help me describe what I'm trying to say. So can you explain to me what Raptor is?
Let me be 100% honest.
Okay.
While I find myself to be an intelligent human being, I'm I think we figured this out. I'm the right side of the brain smart. I'm not exactly the left side of the brain smart. So I'm saying that on the forefront. But yes, the gist of it and the reason why I liked it so much is that it factors in all of the different elements rather than just looking at plus minus, which could vary in all sorts of ways. Who else? It factors in who's on the court with you, what plays should have gone sort of a different way, who's playing for the other team. It basically does a better job of knowing if you made the smart basketball play and also what your, nature versus nurture, what was around you when it was happening. And so I kind of factor that in. And anyways, in terms of Duarte, he had a great Raptor in his rookie season. And then they drafted a guy who was in a similar spot, and then he dealt with injuries as well. But yes, he is going to be one of the few defensive pluses for that team, I believe. And especially, I think he definitely needed a new clean slate, which is everything's so shortened down now, Chris, from like when we were younger, just in terms of like 2 years now, and you need a clean slate. But it's true. I think he was a guy that needed a change in scenery.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to be welcomed with open arms here as long as he knows what his role is. And depending on how much he evolves or he, ingratiates himself with Mike Brown's system, I think he'll definitely be a guy. I'm excited about him too. I was one of the guys that was really excited about that move where most people were kind of ho-hum about it. But yeah, my answer is obviously Sasha. And one of the things that stood out was the amount of times or the amount of points that he scored based on the amount of dribbles that he took. And they compared it to Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
His numbers were Klay Thompson-esque, where he's not a guy that's going to, cross you up, but he moves around and he comes off screens and he's a guy that can just catch and shoot.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be huge for a guy like Sabonis. It's going to take some of the pressure off of the other guys on the team, especially if Murray emerges. And I think this is a guy, this is not the old days when teams playing or guys playing overseas had like, it wasn't even close to what the NBA was. And when they came here, it was like, what the heck is this? He's played a ton of professional ball. He's seen a lot of talent. He's played with a lot of talented players. I don't think he's going to come in here and go, whoa, what's this?
Oh, no.
I think he's going to immediately be able to step in. I think he's been preparing for this for a long time. How many years is it 3 or 4 that the Kings had their rights before he actually came here?
This will be the third. So this would have been the third season. So they got his rights.
They could have got him 2 years ago,
yes.
last year, and then this is the year that he came.
Last year was really the year that they made the big push for him.
And I'm sure he's been preparing as such, getting ready for the NBA life. So that's the guy, at least for me, in terms of, new King.
Yeah,
that would be my guy. Now, returning King. Now, I'm assuming that more like to expand this question, it would be like, which King do you expect to take a leap, or which King are you most expected to, bring more to the team than they did last year?
Right. Yeah. And I mean, Keegan Murray's the obvious choice here. I mean, just what we saw in Summer League, in the California Classic, and all the talk around, even just from coaches. I mean, Luke Laux, who coached the Summer League team, had this quote where he essentially compared this moment in Kings practice to where Keegan was, I think he said something like 16 points in a row or something like that, compared it to like a leap that Kawhi Leonard went through, where it was clear that in that offseason, he was leaps and bounds better than the guy he was when they exited the previous season. There's so much hype around what Keegan's going to bring this season. I can't help but be excited for it. And, last year he pretty much played the role that you were explaining with Sasha Vezenkov over in Europe. It was a lot of not putting the ball on the floor, just catch and shoot, running off of screens, pulling up.
He was very aggressive in the summer.
It was really
totally opposite of his personality.
Dribbling, and he threw it down in the Summer League as well. Like, I think that we're going to see a completely different Keegan Murray, both on and off the floor. I hear that he's opening up his personality as well. I'm excited to see what Keegan looks like, a little bit more relaxed. And I just think it's going to be a really big season for him.
Well, I will give you my King that I'm looking most forward to returning.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it under the radar, but not one of the low-hanging fruit answers. So we will do that, plus some information on your San Francisco 49ers. They have the what? They have the fourth best what? Plus a new favorite to hoist the Lombardi Trophy. We'll do that. If you want to jump in, Kings fans, say who your favorite or most exciting returning player or new player, 916-339-1140. Zakariah and Chris Watkins coming back at you. Sactown Sports, 1140.
Has Monty put together a roster that can help make a deep playoff run this season?
Just trying to give coach options, give him guys that can help us win in a variety of areas. Obviously, our top guys are going to play every game, but there's going to be other times, whether it's injuries, matchups, we've got to have some variety on the bench for coach to point to and say, go in there and help us win.
Tune into every Kings game this season
on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Ron had a tax problem he just couldn't handle on his own.
I owed the IRS taxes for over 5 years, but I didn't have any money to pay the taxes.
Those years cost him dearly.
Most of it was fees and interest. It was horrible.
Ron finally called in the pros.
I called Optima Tax Relief, and boy, am I happy I did.
The leading tax resolution firm, Optima, is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients. Ron was overjoyed.
They settled my account with the IRS. I was ecstatic. They are a lifesaver. They are. I am so happy.
Take Ron's advice and call Optima now for a free consultation.
Yeah, don't do like I did and wait. Call Optima Tax Relief. Do it now. You'll be ecstatic like me.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Welcome back, Sacramento, alongside Chris Watkins. I am Zakariah. This is Sactown Sports, 1140. Coming up, bottom of the hour. We talked yesterday, Chris, about no love, no mention, as if he didn't exist.
Yeah.
It's almost one of those weird Twilight Zone scenarios. He is a player on the Kings that was a rookie last year, right?
Yeah.
Finally, some love, though.
Finally.
Not from ESPN, but from NBA.com. So we'll get into that. Surprising that he wasn't mentioned.
Can't believe it.
I'm still going to go surprised here that it's fifth. I didn't realize that the rookie class last year was that stacked.
Oh, yeah. It was a great rookie class last year.
Yeah, but for a guy that finished first team all rookie team.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bigger problem was
so much.
Yeah, and I mean, he was on a good team, so I think he got some. He wasn't afforded the freedom that guys like Paolo Banchero and Benedict Mathurin got, but those other guys also put up ridiculous stats. Like Benedict Mathurin was 16 points per game off the bench. Walker Kessler averaged like 3 blocks per game last year. Jalen Williams was just incredible. He's a Swiss Army knife, and Paolo Banchero averaged 20 points a game. So
I guess I sort of get it.
Yeah.
By the way, Walker Kessler, just such a perfect Jazz player, isn't he?
He's great.
I won't go any further.
I enjoy Walker Kessler's game.
Does he fit on any more team more than he does on the Utah Jazz?
Maybe the Celtics.
I'll leave it there. How about this? All of you. Oh, where am I? Is it this one? I thought. Oh, so we're not doing the concert one. This is my read here. The on-air contest.
Let me see it for you.
Yeah. Did I get it wrong? I thought I was doing.
No, you're good, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
You're good.
Here we go. Caller number 11.
Why not?
You will win a family 4-pack. UC
Nice.
Davis football is back in action this Saturday. The Aggies need you there to cheer them on. Hit up the Folsom Lake Honda hotline right now, looking for caller number 11 again to win the family 4-pack. For more information, visit SactownSports.com. I was all into the Fallout Boy hoopla, and I thought maybe that was a misprint.
That's all right.
But I should have known. I wasn't going to be let down.
4-pack. I mean, that's a great deal.
Yeah.
I would call in
916-339-1140. A married man out there or woman, if you have 2 kids,
some alumni, maybe
niece and
get a
nephew,
nice little group
check
together.
it out. Always a fun day.
Oh yeah.
I went to I love going to like non-big time sporting events. I went to a AAA game in Michigan and just had a blasty blast because line's not a big deal. It's not terribly expensive.
Yeah.
Get more of like a family feel as opposed to like a corporate deal, less time in between innings or quarters or whatever.
Don't get the TV timeouts.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So, Niners fans, you want more good news in your life? We're just going to continue to just blow kisses and rainbows and Skittles and unicorns and all that good stuff. As you pointed out, ESPN.com, they ranked. Now, this is actually, I'm making sort of light of it, but it's really not a joking matter, as the backup position for all positions are very important, but especially when it comes to the quarterback position. And they ranked the backup quarterbacks, Chris, and where exactly, now that Trey Lance is in Dallas, where exactly did the Niners rank on that list?
So, ESPN.com did a shout out. Jordan Reed did a article on the top backup quarterbacks in the NFL right now. Actually, I'm going to go one by one, and I want to just let me know what you if this feels right to you.
Okay.
In terms of where they stand. His number one backup quarterback right now, Andy Dalton. In his stats to know, which he has for all the
Carolina,
correct? Carolina Panthers. Yes, I definitely should specify that because especially backup quarterbacks, those guys are all around now. Dalton finished last season with the 6th highest passing yards per attempt in 2022 at 7.6. He's now backing up, obviously, the rookie Bryce Young, who I believe I think I saw he's questionable this week, so we'll see if he can go. But, Andy Dalton did. I don't know how much of that Monday night game you saw, but they are subbing in Andy Dalton in random 3rd down and short packages.
I actually randomly heard why on that.
Really?
Yes.
Is it just not trusting him? That's what
it's no, it's a little bit better. Better or worse, depending on how you look at it. But no, it's because of his size and his height. That in third, basically in short situations, they don't rely on him to be able to sneak the ball because he's not long enough, literally. Have you seen did you see those videos in training camp where like they showed the offensive linemen, they were like 6 inches taller? You couldn't even see him. He looked like a bobblehead doll.
That seems like a problem when you draft someone number one,
I
and
would
then
think so.
You're having issues with their size and height because those are 2 things that aren't going to get better.
And also a very slept-on attribute of a quarterback. Tom Brady did it better than anybody. Is the quarterback sneak. And Purdy has shown that he's very good at it. But
really
they don't trust him in those situations. So that's why you saw him on a few sets of downs in that Monday night game. But okay, Andy Dalton, I also wonder real quick before you get to the rest of the list, how much these backup quarterbacks like are strategical in terms of which, like, do you think Andy Dalton said, I'm going to go to Carolina because Bryce Young's ahead of me and I have a better chance of getting in there? And as we get to Sam Darnold, did he go, well, I got Kyle Shanahan there, and it could happen that Purdy goes down. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of thinking that goes into where you go.
Yeah, that's when you're playing chess, not checkers as a backup quarterback.
All right, so he's one.
Number 2 is a guy who was in competition for the starting spot in his place, Jacoby Brissett of the Washington Commanders. Brissett last year had a 62 total QBR, which is ESPN's quarterback rating.
Not to be confused with quarterback ranking, because that would be a bad quarterback.
Exactly. Which was 8th highest among all quarterbacks last season.
Wow.
And I believe that was with the Browns, if I'm not mistaken.
Interesting.
No, am I?
Higher than I
think
thought.
that is on the Browns. I think he played, I believe he was the starter when Deshaun Watson was out with his suspension last year for the first half of the season. So Jacoby Brissett listed at number 2 for the Washington Commanders.
All right, I'll take it.
I think that's fine. Again, he was
Good
in competition for the starting lineup. So number 3, this is where I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure if Sam Darnold is worse than this guy. Tyler Heineke of the Atlanta Falcons. He's, of course, backing up Desmond Ridder right now. And the stat to know about Heineke is Heineke completed 38.1% of his throws into tight windows in 2022, which was the 6th best in the NFL per Next Gen Stats. Do you have any Tyler Heineke thoughts?
I do not terribly.
I think he's okay.
Yeah, he's a guy that I wouldn't I mean, I don't know that I'd have to look at all of them.
Yeah.
But I definitely wouldn't mind having him be a guy that if I needed a spot start here or there, definitely wouldn't want him as my starting quarterback.
Right, exactly.
But wouldn't mind having him be number 2.
And that brings us to number 4, who is Sam Darnold of the San Francisco 49ers. And the stat to know about Sam Darnold is Darnold's 2.4 completion percentage above expectation was 6th best amongst quarterbacks in 2022, according to Next Gen Stats.
Interesting. Yeah, I was, the more and more I thought about it, and I don't know if it's just because of my mind immediately going there because they were both former high pick quarterbacks for the New York Jets, but obviously something clicked with Geno, whether it was the coaching or the stuff around him or the organization at large, who knows? But he had a great year last year, and who knows? I mean, with a lot of these guys, including Trey Lance, it would not shock me if he went on to have a solid career with somebody. A lot of these guys, they're chosen where they're chosen for a reason. And for Sam Darnold, obviously he had a lot of that stuff coming out of USC, the big arm, all that good stuff. So, and especially I think where you can go to some organizations where let's say that you're a 5 out of 10 and you can look like a 2 out of 10.
Yeah.
Or you can go to some organizations, be the same 5 out of 10, but look like a 7 out of 10.
Absolutely.
So, like just for out of curiosity, round me out like who's after Sam?
I'll just go. Yeah, I'll go rapid fire here. Number 5. Actually, kind of surprised he's not higher on the list. Jameis Winston of the New Orleans Saints.
I am also interested that he's not like he turns the ball.
He turns the ball over way too much, and that's really the problem.
Such a headache.
Jameis is a big. I mean, he had the 30-30 season where he had 30 touchdowns, 30 interceptions.
Yeah.
I don't know if that'll ever be
Brady.
replicated.
That's when they got Brady.
And I mean, Jameis is a guy. The stat on Jameis is 10.1 air yards per pass is number 1 in the NFL since he was drafted.
I told you I like being corny. They should do a 30 for 30 on the.
They definitely should. It's definitely worthy. And then I'll just do the rest of the 10. It's number 6 is Gardner Minshew, who we've seen step in already for Anthony Richardson. Yeah. Number 7 is Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley of the Baltimore Ravens. Number 8 is Cooper Rush for the Cowboys, who came in last year when Dak was out.
Fine job.
Was really
I'm
good.
surprised he's not higher.
Exactly. Yeah. Number 9, Teddy Bridgewater, who I feel like again. I really like Teddy Bridgewater.
As a guy that may or may not know a Dolphins fan very closely, Bridgewater no good. Okay,
and then number 10, a guy who I had no idea was even in the league still, Tyrod Taylor. Shout out, Mr. Got his lungs punctured and started
that was
Justin Herbert.
Yeah. Okay.
And that really rounds it out. There's rookies to watch and all that stuff, but that is the top 10 of backup quarterbacks. Sam Darnold, number 4 on that list.
Yeah, I like it. And I like it because we talked about maybe the one area of concern outside of maybe the O-line and maybe parts of the secondary would be depth just in general. It's so top heavy, but this is one
having
instance
depth at quarterback is a great spot to have depth.
The most important spot.
And I saw a report today that the Niners' third string quarterback, Brandon Allen, might might be moved here pretty soon if Joe Burrow's injury is pretty serious. Of course, Brandon Allen spent some time in Cincinnati and had a good game or two for them. So they're kicking the tires on possibly bringing in Brandon Allen to Cincinnati.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, coming up at the bottom of the hour, Keegan, we did not forget about you. Okay, you might have been forgot about by ESPN, but NBA.com got your back, and we'll tell you how sophomores to look out for in the upcoming year. We'll get into that. You can join the show 916-339-1140. You're listening to Zakariah and Chris Watkins right here, Sactown Sports 1140.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Nature Wood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It's Wednesday. We've got a hazy start to the morning. Temperatures are comfortable in the 50s as we head through the afternoon. Plan for mostly sunny skies, temps in the mid to upper 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
You know what time it is. It's time to trade up to a brand new Kia at Folsom Lake Kia. Trade up to the newest technology with a low payment. Shop Folsom Lake Kia, family owned for over 20 years.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. Oh, thank you. What does it say? Beware, if you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of hospitalization from RSV. Respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you find the right customers. Spread awareness of your product or services. We can help build trust in your brand and services with a digital marketing campaign. Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing campaigns that deliver results. Don't wait. Get started today. Contact aimyourdigital.com. That's aimyourdigital.com and start seeing results.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heating and Air. It's the end of summer blowout on all their systems. Right now, $2,500 off full systems, as low as $34 a week. And now American Energy Heating and Air offering a free Wi-Fi smart thermostat of your choice on high efficiency units. Look, the uncomfortable becomes comfortable with American Energy Heating and Air. They've been around since 1981, making the greater Sacramento area proud with an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And as always, their goal is to exceed your expectations, exceed them of the heating and air industry, valuing the customer experience and making your home comfortable. It's that simple. Go to American Energy Heating and Air and get yourself a free Wi-Fi smart thermostat of your choice on high efficiency units.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. The Niners welcomed the New York Giants to San Francisco for their official home opener this Thursday. Saquon Barkley is now officially ruled out for the Giants, and Brandon Ayuk is a game-time decision. You can catch the game right here on Sactown Sports. Kickoff 5:15 with pregame an hour beforehand. And in NBA news, Damian Lillard stated yesterday on the Is What It Is podcast that he would never join the Golden State Warriors despite Oakland being his home. And Woj also reported that the Heat have a deal in place to get Dame to South Beach, but they're awaiting Portland to fill the market out. Those are the headlines. Now we get back to this midday show with Zakariah and Watkins.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Welcome back, Sacramento. It is Sactown Sports alongside Chris Watkins. I am Zakariah coming up at 12:45. It's the 5th. I plead the 5th. Fun in the 40s. We have Steelers fans both being very classy and calling for a person's job.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
at the same time.
You could be both. You could be petty and super respectful, you know, depending on what you're talking about. In one instance, it was feeling for a man's health, and another one who was not being happy with a man's performance in their profession. So we'll get into that. Also, former Steeler, I didn't even realize it tied in. Ryan Clark. We should all be as excited about our job as Ryan Clark is. So we'll listen to some audio, have some fun with the wacky world of sports, because that's what we do in the 5th, fun in the 40s. But right now, Keegan got no love.
None.
Like he wasn't even a human being,
Not
let
even
alone a
mention.
basketball player.
It was disgusting.
I mean, we're talking top 5 pick. I got to be honest. I'm going to be honest with the people throughout the season, because I'm a man that thinks that he's right all the time. In those very few instances when I'm wrong, Chris, I do own up to being wrong. I know people that can't admit when they're wrong. I can admit when I'm wrong. I was dead wrong about Keegan Murray. Now, this is another one, kind of like we were talking about Shanahan, where you say you apologize,
blame
but then you have
else. Blame shifting.
My excuse is that I would never want anybody out of Iowa. Like,
this is a blanket statement.
This is going to sound horrible.
It's fine.
I played basketball in my youth, and I went to these tournaments in the summer, you know, throughout high school, and I went to Iowa one time.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Exactly. Okay, so now you're helping me out here.
Yeah.
The worst.
Yeah.
Like, there was not a change in anything, not a mountain, not like it didn't go up or down, just flat cornfields, awful humidity. It was everything. The only thing I liked was the fireflies at night.
Okay.
Everything else was awful. I literally looked in the mirror before I left the hotel and I said, you will never return to this state again. And I haven't been back.
Wow.
But also, they play a very bland, boring style of both basketball and football. Like, what has come out of Iowa? I literally Googled best players to come out of Iowa.
Yeah.
I forgot who it
For
was.
basketball?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I think one of them was like Avery Johnson, I want to say.
Sure,
I'll look it up
Avery.
again. The list is very small.
Caitlin Clark.
So I was biased towards anything that came out of Iowa when Keegan came out.
George Kittle went to Iowa, didn't he? I'm just trying to, in my mind.
Tight ends, yeah.
I'm literally just in my mind.
They're
I'm
a
trying to
tight
think of
end
any.
factory.
Yeah.
Great at tight ends.
TJ Hawkinson,
Yeah,
right?
but tight ends aren't exciting.
Yeah.
Best basketball Iowa players. I'll get to that in a second.
It's gotta
So
be
anyways,
Keegan and Chris.
I was not pro that move. And not only did
Luka
he
Garza.
impress me last year, but he impressed the hell out of me in the summer. And I know it's summer league and there's not a ton to put into the California Classic, but he looks like a guy that's going to be aggressive. I remember last year, I'm sure you covered this or at least knew about it because you're more on the inside than I was at that time, but it even got wind my way where at one point, Coach Brown in the locker room in front of everybody said to Keegan Murray, if you don't shoot the effing ball at least 10 times in this second half, like, I don't know what he said, but like made a big deal about it, you know, like wanting him to be more aggressive in the Run documentary that you are very well featured in. They talk about how he doesn't have the, what do they call it? The jiggle or like
the wiggle,
you know, like they want him to be more aggressive and more out there and more dominant and more, you know, just all that good stuff that comes along with a lot of the great players. So I was not huge on it, but had a great year, looking like he is poised to make the next jump. How big that jump is going to be, we're all going to be waiting to see, of course. The bigger the jump, the better for the Kings, but was not mentioned at all in the article with what was it? 4 different writers on 5 topics or 5 different writers on 4 topics?
5 writers on, I think, 3 different topics, but there was also like a lead in to the topics, which they were like, oh yeah, we're going to exclude, of course, people like Paolo Banchero and, you know, Walker Kessler and Benedict Mathurin, but
plenty of opportunity to mention him
just once.
And his name wasn't even in there.
Not even
like
once.
They could
not a hyperlink, nothing.
Exactly. They could have mentioned him to say that they weren't mentioning him.
Exactly.
Like they could have said, you could put Keegan here, but we're going to go nothing.
Yes.
As if he didn't exist.
Exactly.
But we found an article where he got some love.
Yes.
So on the sophomores to watch, where did he rank?
So this is NBA.com's top 10 sophomores to watch for the upcoming season. it's the candidates you would expect. It's Paolo Banchero, it's Jalen Williams of OKC. There's Walker Kessler, Benedict Mathurin, and then who do we find at number 5? But our favorite kid from Iowa, Keegan Murray.
So it's not like the Matrix. He does exist.
He does exist. It is a fact that he exists, and I'm glad that he's living and breathing and with us.
Yeah.
Keegan Murray. This is what they have written up here. For what's next for Keegan Murray. They do a nice little rookie notes and everything. We all know hit 206 threes, rolling out the rookie record of Donovan Mitchell and all that stuff. All that is fine and dandy. But what's next for Keegan Murray is what we want to know.
What is
this? Is what NBA.com has.
All right.
More than most of the top rookies, Murray got a legit playoff baptism in the 7-game series against Golden State. It took him a minute to get his postseason legs, 3.3 points and 23% from the field. I didn't realize it was that bad, but he definitely took a couple games to get comfortable. But the 6'8" forward got the hang of it from there. He averaged 14.5 points, 8 rebounds on 51% from the field in games 4 through 7.
Okay.
Sacramento is hoping Murray can blossom from a 4th or 5th scoring option into a 2nd or 3rd on most nights. And I would say that's pretty accurate.
Yeah, and if that happens, all of a sudden, if he becomes a legitimate, I'm not saying the number one guy like the LeBron James, but if he becomes the if he's behind Fox and Sabonis is now your 3rd, and then you start to bump everybody else down, you're dealing with a very scary team.
Yes,
and obviously not all of that translates into defense, but yeah, that's going to be a guy that I think everybody's going to look at, and that's why I'm surprised he's not more at the forefront of most people in terms of, because all the other guys that you mentioned that we talked about, he was first team all rookie. So he had a good year.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it was how much he played. He played 80 of the 82 games and started 78 of those 80, whatever it was. But he seems like, if I'm looking at all the guys that could make the biggest leap, and I don't know if I'm being myopic because it's Sacramento and I'm just thinking about that, but of the guys that you mentioned, I think the other guys could make leaps, but not necessarily a huge leap.
Yeah.
He seems like one of the candidates that you would put at the forefront of the guys that would make the biggest leap.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe where he might get forgotten about is just maybe when people think of the leap, it won't be statistic based, where I think it will be. I think you'll see a big jump from like 12 to 15 to 16 points per game from Keegan next year, but it's really going to be a lot more in terms of play style. Like, he's going to put the ball on the ground a lot more. He's going to, hopefully take a lot more guys off the dribble.
The impact will be less in the box score than it will be in terms of impact on the actual game.
That's
your guess?
I don't think that, but I think that's what other people are assuming.
Oh, I got you.
And I think that's maybe where he's getting forgotten. But I think he's going to have a really big impact. I still don't see him being the second option. I think if he can be the third scoring option on most nights, that's where I want to see him fall eventually. It doesn't have to be coming out the gates that way, but by the end of the season, I want to feel pretty positively about the fact that going into next year that he's going to be more of a second or third option. This season, I just want to see that progression. I want to see continued success. It's kind of the same story with the Kings in general, but I just want to see last year not only was last year not a fluke, but we're going to build upon what we did last year. And that's what I'm hoping to see from Keegan. More rebounding, more diversity in his shots. I don't want to just see him coming off a screen and pulling up. I want to see him put the ball on the deck. I want to see if he's got some dribble moves that can create some space. Can he get some assists? I think all those things would be beneficial for Keegan, and some of those might not show up on the stat sheet, but that's really the growth that I want to see from him, because other guys like, they're talking about Jaden Ivey's in this article. Jabari Smith, who had a great summer league, is in this article. Those guys will probably, if they do improve this year, those will be bigger statistical bumps. But I think Keegan, just in terms of play style and impact, I think that's where he's really going to have his biggest growth.
That was your choice for which returning King are you most excited about. I never gave mine. Mine is going to be off night, D. Mitch. I'm going with him because we talked about how great they were offensively and how not so great they were defensively. And if he improves his shot as much as he sought out to do after the season was over, I think that would be the guy that I'm most excited about. And then real quickly, the reason why I was not big on any basketball player that went to the University of Iowa is because numero uno, best player. Now, ironically, Harrison Barnes is from Iowa.
He is,
but
yeah.
did not
Ames.
go to Iowa, famously went to North Carolina. B.J. Armstrong is your greatest basketball player to ever go to the University of Iowa, followed by Ryan Bowen, Fred Brown, Matt Bullard, Tyler Cook, Ricky Davis, A.C. Earl, Reggie Evans, Kevin Gamble, Luke Garza. Needless to say, that is a pathetic list, and it was why I was down on the pick. But he's proven me to go, don't always just,
You know what that just tells me is Keegan
don't
Murray.
stereotype.
Keegan Murray's got a new goal.
Exactly.
Be the best
better
player.
than B.J. Armstrong.
Be the best player to ever come out of Iowa.
Exactly. There you go. All right, coming up next, it's the fifth Fun in the 40s. We'll go around the wacky world of sports. Steeler fans showing both sides of their personalities, and also Ryan Clark, former Steeler, getting fired up. We should all be as excited about our jobs. We will do that next. You're listening to Zakariah and the one and only Watkins right here, Sactown Sports 1140.
Will Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers brass go all the way this season?
Could the Niners win their first Super Bowl since 1995?
Join us throughout the season to hear all the games and all the analysis on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Hey, you want to be around people having a great time? You need to come check out Capital Casino, offering the most varieties of table games in the region in the friendliest environment. Come for the food, which is awesome, of course, and stay and play. Conveniently located in downtown Sacramento at 411 North 16th Street, right there in downtown Sacramento for over 20 years. Cap Casino, best food, best games, and of course, the best action. And please, gamble responsibly, 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Ashton & Price, over the last 25 years, we've won just about every injury case you can think of. Slip and fall, falling merchandise, fell through rotted decking, we won those. Dangerous stairs, falls into holes, dog bites, won them. Injured while pedestrian or on a bicycle, auto, motorcycle, big rig, company vehicle, Uber, or Lyft accident, we've won them all. And the best news is there's no fee until you win. So no matter how you got injured,
remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Fall is here, and Good Guys Heating and Cooling wants to make sure you're taken care of through the month of September. From now until September 30th, book any tune-up or troubleshooting appointment and get 100% of the trip charge credited back on any completed repairs. Normal big box companies charge $89 or more. Why not put that toward what needs to be fixed? Call Good Guys Heating and Cooling now at 530-GOOD-AIR. That's 530-GOOD-AIR. Or book your appointment now at goodguysheatingcooling.com. Best service, best price, guarantee. And that's no bull. License number 1057618.
As a mom, I'd do anything to keep my child out of physical pain. As a doctor, I know that growth spurts can cause pain in my child's feet, and that can affect their legs and back too.
This is Dr. Pamela Maida, a board-certified orthopedic surgeon.
Children especially benefit from arch supports as a sturdy and supportive foundation for their developing feet. If your kids have pain, then I recommend Youth Arch Supports from the Good Feet store.
Youth Arch Supports are designed to alleviate, even eliminate common pain in the feet, knees, hip, or back. If your child is physically active with sports, clubs, or even on the playground, they may benefit from the comfort and support found in Good Feet Youth Arch Supports.
I firmly believe that investing in Youth Arch Supports for your child or teen is one of the best decisions you can make to support their feet.
See how Youth Arch Supports can help with a free arch support fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville. Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports' IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com and sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's film at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
What's going on? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, as always, of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. What's happening, Chad, for Ram Power Days?
Right now, save up to $12,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorns, or get 0% financing for 72 months. Plus, save up to $8,000 off MSRP. No matter what you do, you're going to save thousands, but you better hurry in because that 0% won't last long.
0% financing? That's amazing.
Even I was surprised when I saw that. Plus, you can save up to $17,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 1500 Limiteds, too. No matter what you get, there's money to be saved at Hoblet.
Those huge savings won't last long. Hurry into the Hoblet Ram Truck Center or see their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$8,000 off MSRP plus 0% financing for 72 months on select new 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn after 8,000 dealer discounts on approved credit through Chrysler Capital. Must have 700 plus FICO score to qualify. No down payment required. Equals $1,389 per thousand borrowed. Or 12,000 total net savings after 6,500 factory rebates plus 5,500 dealer discounts. 10 in each net savings. 17,000 total net savings after 9,117 factory rebates and 7883 dealer discounts. Sample VIN 665-579. Rebates may include $1,000 case construction cash. Must prove purchase of eligible case equipment to qualify. And 500 first responder cash for current members of eligible first responder associations.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
Welcome back to the program. It is the ZW show. Zakariah and Watkins coming up top of the hour. Why do coaches do this? I don't really understand it. Does it ever work? Do people really do multiple game plans? Anyways, it's just coach speak or whatever.
I hate coach
gamesmanship or something. Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I think they're being honest. Other times it's blatantly obvious. And everybody else at this point, with all we know and how easy it is to have access to pretty much everything, like you're not, maybe you could have fooled people in the 80s or something, but you're not fooling anybody in 2020.
Right.
So we'll get into that and we'll do a little Niners talk coming up at 1 o'clock. But right now it's time for Fun in the 40s right here on Sactown Sports. If you want to join the program, you may do so. 916-339-1140 or jump in the YouTube chat. Just search Sactown Sports on YouTube. You can see our faces and our outfits, and Chris has got a hat on.
I do.
I've got the Pat Riley look going right now. It's just easier to slick it back. I try to do it more to the side because I don't want to. I'm half Italian, but I try not to look too Italian. But
hair's the worst, man. It really is.
Yeah.
Like it's just.
I used to have a shaved head when I hooped.
Yeah.
So much easier.
So much easier. I tell my girlfriend all the time that I threaten her with, like, I will cut my hair because trust me, it's a lot easier to just wake up. I wear hats most days anyway. It's so much easier to just wake up, not have to worry about
100%.
anything. And, yeah, I mean, when you have hair, like,
yeah,
no one ever, I understand the concept of a bad hair day because it's just like some days it just doesn't cooperate. And it's like, there's nothing you could do.
This is perfect for Fun in the 40s. Two sets of people that love you having long hair. Parents, like parents and grandparents, and significant others.
Yeah.
Your boys want your hair short. I mean, I get made fun of. Like my buddies, they'll be like, "Oh, look at you, GQ, whatever." They like it better.
Yeah.
And you know what people don't know when you go to, like, whatever, the grocery store at like 10 in the morning, and you had a long night before.
What's that?
Nobody knows you had a long night when you have a shaved head.
It's true.
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Tell you when they do know, when you have hair and you didn't do it properly.
All over the place. And,
like the hat hair, whatever. Like I don't want to put mousse in my hair.
Yeah.
Anyways, I digress.
Yes.
So let's get to Fun in the 40s, and let's get to here we are, Aikman. I believe this is when Chubb got hurt, and I don't know if you can hear it necessarily, but Aikman, who previously made fun of Watson seeing the process, he tried to do it professionally, which he usually is, but he broke character. But here he is on the Steelers fans after Chubb went down with an injury so gruesome, and we'll get into that later, that they couldn't even replay it.
Well, one of the best players in the game is being carted off, and these fans here in Pittsburgh, I mean, so classy.
Oops, thought I turned my mic off. That was not Aikman. That was his partner, Joe Buck. But yeah, they started chanting out Chubb as he was getting carted off. And
really cool.
That was, stay classy, Pittsburgh. That was, I mean, you hate to see it in really, like I said, even the person that hates the Niners the most, probably a Seahawk or a Cowboy fan or whatever, nobody ever wants to see injury in general, let alone an injury that bad. Like maybe you're rooting for the guy to miss like the second half or something and then bounce back and be healthy in general, but something like that. And that's got to feel good if you're Chubb, knowing that you are in a hated divisional rivalry game.
Exactly.
And it shows the human side of, because ultimately it's a game, and what those fans were thinking about was not Browns versus Steelers. It was thinking about the human who had to go through that.
I mean, and it's also
injury.
It's a great sign of respect for Nick Chubb, who's one of the best running backs in the NFL. And I'm sure Steelers fans are well aware of that. Like you said, it's a divisional matchup. These
stand up dude
twice a year. Stand up dude. Like it's a sign that if that's the third string running back, I don't know if Steeler fans are still going to be chanting, Smith,
probably not
Smith, but I think it's it's just a really
good
combination. Good sign. It's a good sign of the respect that they have for Nick Chubb and his game, because frankly, I mean, we would like to believe that this is how every crowd would react, but we have already seen in the NBA Finals when Kevin Durant went down, Toronto Raptor fans were up there cheering and happy as could be because KD went down with a very serious injury.
It's true.
Like, it's not a given that that's how the crowd's going to react. So, in a heated divisional rivalry, it's cool that, especially in a game like football, which is meant to be this gladiator-esque sport, that there's still some human side to it.
Yeah, I was probably being a little bit more optimistic, but you're right. I think it's a combination of both the person and the injury, because, sometimes no matter how gruesome it is, they'll still boo.
They don't
depending
care.
on who the guy is.
Exactly,
yeah, you're right. I'm probably giving him a little bit too much credit, but yeah, that was a good moment. Also, just on a side note, when you have an injury that bad, I have a pretty big tolerance of pain threshold, but when it hurts really bad, I go from I can tough out a bunch, but then once it crosses that what I can put up with, I go crazy. Doesn't it seem like a lot of these guys are very calm? Like, is it just not that painful? Or are they in shock and it hasn't?
Shock.
Okay.
It's complete shock.
Because they look like nothing happened. I mean, they look disappointed and distraught, but they don't look like they're in terrible amounts of pain.
No, I mean, it's shock for so many different reasons. It's the pain. Like, I'm sure you can't even register how bad it feels in that moment, but also I'm sure you're thinking
realization that your season's over.
Season's over. Is your career over? Is this the last time you're going to touch? Okay, well, what does that mean for my finances?
Yeah.
Like, am I going to be able to take care? I think all of those things are just spiraling through your head. And like, also, I'm sure there's a good amount of doubt. Like, no, that didn't just happen. And it's fine. I'll be okay. Everything. And it depends how much Chubb saw the injury, felt the injury itself. Like, I think all that stuff is going through your head, and you can't. I mean, it's just got to be an amount of shock that just you can't really understand or comprehend until you go through it.
Yeah, something I've always heard, or that I heard. Do you guys know Stefania Bell, ESPN?
Right, of
course. The doctor. I remember hearing a long time ago, 5-6 years ago. She said that if you see a player get hurt and they have a pretty minimal, quiet reaction, that's really bad. But if you see him screaming or in pain, which sounds silly, or like rolling around or something, then that's probably a stinger or something not brutal, and it's kind of the opposite of what you think. So it's not always true.
Interesting.
But it's something that if you kind of watch out for next time you're watching a game or two, it rings true a significant portion of the time.
Yeah.
Interesting.
No, I mean, that definitely tracks, because it does. I mean, it would make sense that your body would almost go into like a fight or flight mode, where it's just like, I need to shut down everything,
because if I even try to register this in my brain,
it's gonna be unbearable. And so, and it does sometimes feel like, even just visually, I mean, what Chubb went through is a different level of injury, but like a lot of the times it is like you see someone have a really bad roll of their ankle, and other guys will like just fall and kind of roll on their shoulder, and you'll be like, man, that ankle injury was terrible. But for whatever reason, sometimes it feels like that rolling on your shoulder ends up doing more damage than, the guy with the ankle will be back, next week, but the guy with the shoulder will be out for 5 weeks. So sometimes it's weird like that.
Well, moving on, very similar to the Eagles booing, the Eagles fans booing the Eagles, even though the Eagles were winning and they ended up winning that game. The Steelers were very restless. They ended up winning the game, thanks in large part to Deshaun Watson, as we have documented well here. But here are the Eagles. I mean, here are the Steelers fans not very happy with their play caller.
Well, real quick, sorry to interrupt. What I got here is Pickett reacting to the crowd.
Oh, okay. So just to give a backstory, Steelers fans were chanting out "Fire Canada," and no, it has nothing to do with Canada, actually. It's their offensive coordinator. And here is the quarterback on whether or not he heard them.
No, I know we were locked in on winning the game. I was going over 2-minute, 4-minute scenarios with the guys, find a way to win, whatever we need to do there at the end. Hats off to our defense, but unbelievable. We had the best player in the world, in my opinion, in 90, and 56 is close behind. He's unbelievable. So those guys did a hell of a job, and happy that they're on their side.
Yeah, and that's kind of a. Do you believe? I don't know. I'm sort of torn. Don't you think players hear what the crowd's doing, or do you believe that they're so caught up in what they're doing, or maybe like that? Because I find it hard to believe if you have 50,000 people chanting out "Fire Canada" that you don't pay attention to it.
I think it depends how loud those cheers get, and if it's like especially with something like "Fire Canada," like you're not really expecting to hear let's go team or whatever that. You can clearly make out.
I could see not hearing that.
It's like,
but "Fire Canada," I'd be like, wow.
Well, I would just be like, what is fire? It's just, I think that's a little bit of a tougher thing to make out, especially when you're not expecting it. And I think for the most part, those guys are pretty locked into what's happening in the game. Like, if you're going to try and pay attention to what the crowd is doing, that's something that That's something that bench players do, honestly.
Well, it's also a reflection on you because if you're the quarterback and they're calling for the offensive coordinator's head, it means that you're not doing
well.
Have you guys ever heard the Joe Montana, John Candy story?
Yes,
good. It's the Super Bowl.
Very good.
And it's about Joe Montana's going down to drive. I think it was the 80. It's whatever.
Against the Bengals.
Yeah, but which one?
88.
It's the second one.
Yeah.
Okay. So he gets in the huddle, Chris, and he goes, just like before that final
They're driving
drive,
they're down.
Yeah. And he
It's
goes,
the John Taylor.
"Hey guys, do you see that over there? It's John Candy." And it's who's just like a star at the time.
Yeah.
And he's
in the huddle
I
and he
think
goes,
they do.
"Huh, it's John Candy.
Yeah, and it's just like I think they do notice. I think that story's more of a reflection on like Joe Cool, how cool he was. He's been there, done that.
Yeah.
But I think it's they know what's up.
Yeah, well, especially like famous people, like especially like that's football, but like basketball, you got to know Jay-Z and Beyonce are sitting courtside.
For
Like
sure.
that's really tough to just kind of ignore.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's also similar to what you were saying about Marshawn Lynch, that after they threw the pick, Marshawn a bit of a odd character to say the least, but his first reaction was to laugh at Pete Carroll. And then
I love that.
And then
he said what's up to Lenny Kravitz.
Yeah, Lenny Kravitz.
I love laughing in Pete Carroll's face, man. I hate that guy so much.
Oh,
that's
man.
good stuff.
Spoken like a true Niner fan.
Yeah.
Because he's hard to hate outside of if he's in your division.
And
like
if you're a USC
a
guy
Miami
too.
Dolphin fan, you don't hate. Oh yeah,
USC.
If you hate USC,
yes,
he brought him championships.
Yeah, he
You're
did kind of.
He left them in a pretty bad spot.
What college coach hasn't done? Other than Saban.
Yeah.
Somebody
he left the pro team in a bad situation, which you have a friend, right? That could probably tell us about that.
Very close buddy. That was pretty bad. Anyways, we didn't get into Ryan Clark. We'll find a way to fit that into the show before we sign off, or maybe we'll save it for tomorrow. But I just love the energy Ryan Clark had just breaking down football. When you can feel and hear the passion and it doesn't seem like it's fake, I just love every minute of it. So we'll try to fit that in today, or we'll do it tomorrow. How's that for a full day tease? Coming up, top of the hour, final hour. Why do people try to create these smoke screens when it's no longer really possible? We have breaking news for Thursday night football. We'll get into that and also get you ready for that game. You're listening to Zakariah and Watkins right here, Sactown Sports, 1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Who do they decide on for the Super Bowl?
What do you mean, halftime act?
Yeah. I know that Taylor Swift.
Yeah, turned them down, right?
At what point do people turn on Taylor Swift to be like, why don't you lower your prices? And I understand the whole Ticketmaster thing, but what about the merch? Like, legit, do you have to make $1 billion? Could you make 500 million? Could you?
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Sactown Sports.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Attention, all tool shoppers. Get ready for the biggest DeWalt sale event of the year at Fasteners Inc. Sacramento this Saturday, September 23rd. We're bringing you the best deals on DeWalt products you have ever seen for one day only, including impact drivers for $59, combo kits for as low as $179, and up to $2,000 off your order with instant cashback rewards. Again, that's this Saturday only, September 23rd. Come on down and get better tools for better prices at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Find us at 6701 Power Inn Road and learn more at fastenersinc.net.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Claim based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own report.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
It's a new era in entertainment. Experience legendary performers like never before. All new and all incredible. This is the venue. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder,
Feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Hey guys, do you know what makes Revive Men's Health Sacramento different? You. Every Revive treatment and medication is personalized just for you. Revive has the experts that guys go to when their current treatment isn't working. They have a complicated medical condition, or they're just not happy with their daily performance. Since 2011, they've helped thousands of local men suffering with the symptoms of low T and ED. Their goal is simple: to get to the bottom of your issues and fix them. Your best performance requires more than generic ED medications or a low-dose testosterone booster at a low-ball price like you find online. Revive medications are custom compounded, affordable, and guaranteed to resolve your issues. Stop dealing with the symptoms of low T or ED. Book your free T-check and exam and save $199 today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit us at revivemenshealth.com.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Should we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. While the Niners welcome the New York Giants to San Francisco for their official home opener on Thursday, Saquon Barkley is officially out. Brandon Ayuk is a game-time decision for the Niners. You can catch the game right here on Sactown Sports. Kickoff is at 5:15 with pregame an hour beforehand. And in NBA news, Damian Lillard stated yesterday on the Is What It Is podcast that he would never join the Golden State Warriors despite Oakland being his home. Woj also reported that the Heat have a deal in place to get Dame to South Beach, but they're waiting for Portland to fill the market out, whatever that means. Those are the headlines. Now we get to the last hour of the Zakariah and Watkins show on Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Life is too short. Welcome back, Sacramento. It is Sactown Sports 1140. I am Zakariah. He is Chris Watkins. Coming up at 1:15. Where were you when? Where were you when?
It's not a good one, unfortunately.
It's not. I feel like maybe we've done too much injury talk, but
hey,
you know, when
it's
Chuck
the state
goes
of
down
things,
like that
yeah.
on Monday Night Football, and I actually had an interesting article. You won't believe what the maybe we'll just tie it in now. Let's get all our injury stuff out, and we can just be done with it. It'll be a hump day thing. But you'll be surprised at what leads the league, if you will, in injuries. It's not your product. I don't think it would be the first.
As in,
things.
like body part wise,
Yeah,
what leads the league?
From head to toe.
Mm-hmm.
What is the most? What is the
That's
highest
interesting.
percentage of injuries?
That's super interesting. You have that too? No,
yeah,
you don't have to do
I do.
it now, but
I do.
Can we guess?
No.
Super interesting.
Yeah, we can guess. Not right now, though.
Okay.
We'll do it in 1:15.
I'm excited.
That's
I'm going to
great.
think about
I
it.
cannot
That's a
believe
tease right
of
there.
all the
I'm in.
things.
I know, of all
This
the
is what
things
you
you
guys
guys-
jacked up. It's like the game of
should've let this
operation.
show today.
I love guessing.
Yeah.
It's
I know.
super-
Over-unders are
I don't
fun.
know if it's good radio, but it's fun for me.
No, over-unders are fun. Yeah, no, I read it. I think it was, I would have guessed the third one on my list of me just going off my head, but it's number one. And by like a large margin. And the NFL's doing all this stuff to prevent it. So anyways, I guess, hey, highlight of the show coming up at 1:15. What do you know? You know, you're throwing that stuff against the wall, something will stick.
Hey, we're just rewarding the people that have stayed with us.
100%. 100%. You never know when the good stuff's
Exactly.
All right. But right now, we have a quick turnaround, which is not so good. Well, it's good for the Niners fans and for the 49ers team and everybody interested in Niners success, which is also us, home of the San Francisco Niners. Shout out Greg Papa. Quick turnaround for the Giants, that huge comeback against the Cardinals. Danny Dimes earning every penny of that contract. Yeah. I should say only in the second half. But he showed why they saw enough in him to pay him in the offseason. And they win that game, but towards the end of the game, Barkley, very bad injury. Mm-hmm. And this is the part, and we'll get to some audio here. But there was breaking news that already came out. You actually delivered it earlier in the show. Saquon will be out for that game. Like I said, not a good, quick turnaround for them. But here's Dable yesterday, and I want to talk, before we get into the injury stuff, why do coaches do stuff like this?
Okay, I mean, safe to say he'll be out on Thursday night?
I'm not saying that he's out yet. He's a quick healer. I'm not saying he's in, he's out. We're going to take it all the way up with him to Thursday, but he feels a lot better today. I just talked to him, so we'll see where we're at.
Apparently not taking it all the way up to Thursday because it's Wednesday today, Chris, and he's been officially ruled out. But don't you think okay, let me ask you this. Am I being too pessimistic, or do you think that there is actually a chance that they thought that he could play, or do you think that this was one of those smoke screens that coaches and organizations try to do?
It was his ankle, right? That's hurt. I mean,
they were saying high ankle sprain out for like several weeks.
Yeah.
And then Adam Schefter, who's been in the news for making weird tweets, said that it was a regular.
Yes, he said it was a regular ankle sprain, which whatever that means.
I know. I've never seen it worded like that.
Insane. Yeah. So I guess I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and maybe I'm giving him too much of the benefit of the doubt, that with an ankle, like, it is kind of a day-by-day thing where those things get better, and you don't,
who knows,
especially if it's not if it is a regular ankle sprain and not a high ankle sprain. Like, those are day-by-day situations where you wake up in the morning and either the swelling's down or the pain is significantly less, or sometimes you're on the positive track, and then you take one bad step, you turn to leave your bed or something, and you just feel it tweak, and it's completely re-aggravated. So I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that they were truly taking it day by day.
I might be being too skeptical,
but at the same time, I mean, there's definitely at least some gamesmanship in that for sure. I mean, they're just trying to keep him in the 49ers game plan for as long as they can.
And the part that annoys me about that, I guess, is just that I feel like if we were doing radio back in the 60s or whatever, I'd be fine with it. But in this day and age, when you know so much, and nobody knows how somebody's body's feeling, but regardless of whether or not you knew one way, the Niners were going to be planning until it was officially. It's similar to when Bosa hadn't signed his contract yet. Tomlin had planned all leading up to week one that he was going to be there.
Exactly.
So in terms of the games, I mean, because he said it with a smile almost. If you actually saw it instead of just hearing it, you could actually hear the smile in his voice. But he said it with like a little bit of a smile. So anyways, it's official. He'll be out. How big of a drop-off do you think that'll be? Because he's a big part of their offense, both on the ground and in the air.
It's going to be massive. I mean, it's going to be to the level of, I mean, maybe even more so that it reminds me of Cleveland's situation now, where Nick Chubb was just such a huge part of what made that offense go. Saquon Barkley's equally as important to that Giants offense. I mean, they're just so much less dynamic. I talk a lot about the Chiefs' lack of depth at receiver. The Giants might be the only team in the NFL who has less receiver talent than the Chiefs do. And I mean, when you're going to be relying on Daniel Jones, a guy who up until last year was a guy who looked like he was going to be in that Carson Wentz out of the league in a couple of years kind of group, it's got to be scary if you're a Giants fan and you're looking at, how you started this season, the first 6 quarters before the miraculous comeback in that second half. You got to be feeling like, it's looking pretty bleak if you don't have Saquon for an extended period of time.
And the guy that it looks like that the Giants are going to be looking to step up will be Breida.
I was just about to ask that. I was like, is Matt Breida really still their option? How many?
Somebody we're all familiar with?
Revenge game inbound.
How many old 49ers running backs are just scattered around the league?
Half of them are in Miami, dude.
They really
Mike McDaniel took like River Craycraft. He took real bot Trent Taylor, Trent Sherfield, not Trent Taylor. Yeah, crazy.
No, for sure. I mean, he was one of those guys. Nobody cares about your fantasy team, but this actually is
relevant to the conversation.
Relevant to this. I have a co-manager, and so when he went down, I was like, "Do you want to pick up Breida?" He didn't even know he was in the league.
Yeah,
I was like, "No, he's the backup." And he's one of those guys where like you see his name resurface here and there, but he'll be the guy stepping up for that.
Interesting.
Is there any chance the Niners, based on that injury to Barkley and the fact that the Giants look terrible against Dallas, but so have both New York teams.
Sure.
and then looked like they were dead to rights against the Cardinals. Is this any chance of an overlook, or is that not part of this team's DNA?
I think even if they did overlook the Giants,
still win.
I don't think it would be much of a problem. I mean, in the good news is, if I'm not mistaken, Nate, you probably know the schedule better than I. After this game, the Niners will be playing the Cardinals, correct?
Yeah, and then the Cowboys.
So really, I mean, there's not much looking forward. You don't really have to be like, hey, let's get through Thursday and then it's the Cowboys. No, let's get through Thursday and then it's the Cardinals.
Yeah, super weird for the Niners too. They have 2 Thursday night games this year because they play on. I don't know if it's nighttime, but they play on Thanksgiving.
Oh, okay.
And then they got Baltimore on Christmas. So the Niners are all over primetime this year.
So does everybody that plays on Thanksgiving also
I was thinking about that. I don't know if that's true.
Because I remember, whoever was, I think I was either listening to I was going back and forth between national radio and here, but I heard somebody saying, nice to get this game. I think it was Emil. No, yeah, it was our guy Emil. He was on with Carmichael Dave, and he said, nice to get the Thursday night game out of the year as opposed to having it later in the year.
Interesting.
So we have to get. I'm sorry, Emil. I didn't mean to bust you out. That came out organically. I didn't mean to disparage your name, but yeah, he was talking about how it's nice to get that out early on when you're not as busted up as you are later in the year.
For sure. I mean, with a short week, you definitely.
Are you looking it up? Are they the only team that
I'm
plays
trying
2
to pull
Thursday
it up
night
here.
games?
We have cruddy Wi-Fi here at the station. So I'm trying to get that. I'm going to pull up on desktop.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, if anything would be a look-ahead game, it would be next week's game.
Right, exactly. And, I think that the Giants were a playoff team last year. I think they'll give them the proper
plus
amount
it's
of respect.
New York for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But at the same time, really, in my eyes, all the Niners need to do is put pressure on Daniel Jones, which they've been pretty decent at this year with that defensive line. So if they can get pressure on Daniel Jones, I think that game is over. I don't think he's capable of – I think the only reason he was able to pull off the comeback he did last week was because he was going against the Cardinals, who are one of, if not the worst team in the NFL.
Trying desperately to tank.
Exactly.
And I think it's going to be the spread I saw as high as 8.5.
For the Thursday game,
responsibly for fun purposes only. It's a high spread. I believe it's over a touchdown because
interesting.
It'll be the Niners.
It should be. I mean,
2-0,
that's a great point,
and
right?
Barkley being out because Barkley really is. I mean, Daniel Jones, despite looking, I think he did something only Mike Vick has done in terms of on the ground and in the air in the second half, down a certain amount of points. It was kind of an obscure stat, but not really. I mean, he was really good last week in the second half.
I'm looking at the spread I'm seeing here. Currently has it at 10. So that's
a high number.
That could be with the news of the Barkley injury that it's just kind of. I mean, this is absolutely a game that the 49ers should run away with. And, that spread definitely speaks to that.
Something to add, too, that's a Thursday night game, a short week. You usually don't see spreads that big on those Thursday games because I guess this hasn't been the case this year. The Thursday night games have been high scoring, but usually it's messy. A rule I follow, no one cares about your fantasy team. Don't try to keep your play. If it comes down to the option of a guy playing Thursday versus Sunday, probably going to play a guy on Sunday unless he's a kicker or defense.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. And something we didn't get to, Caesar Sportsbook has the Niners as the new Super Bowl favorites. So maybe that factors into it.
For sure.
And also, like you said, despite how good the Giants looked in the second half, they shouldn't probably have needed that great of a second half against a team as bad as the Cardinals.
Yeah.
And then with Barkley going out, like I said, he's not only a huge part of their run game, he's a big part of Daniel Jones' security blanket. And sometimes full-blown drawn-up plays to get Barkley into space because while the strength of the Niners is the defensive line, one of the weaknesses of the Giants is their offensive line.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Real quick before we go to break,
go ahead.
There's just Chicago Bears are absolutely insane. For those, we haven't talked about it, but for those who saw this morning, Justin Fields had a press conference and pretty much said the reason why he feels uncomfortable might be because of coaching. Not that this has anything to do with the offensive side, but the Bears are just absolutely in disarray. Adam Schefter puts out that the Chicago Bears defensive coordinator, Alan Williams, has resigned this afternoon he will not return to the team.
Not even fired?
Not
He
fired.
was just like, get me out of
He
here?
Resigned this afternoon. So
Did you say defensive?
Defensive coordinator.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. I gave all that big caveat about offense, but on the defensive side. So if you think things are bad on the offensive side in Chicago,
after
they
week
lose their
two.
Classic Bears, dude.
That's a great
week
point.
2 and
2 weeks.
defensive coordinator.
And
And not only fired, I'm getting the hell out of
It
here.
sounds as bad as
get in front of this.
that Bills corner that retired at halftime.
Akeem Talib, Akeem Talib's brother, wasn't it? Or was it Akeem Talib?
It wasn't Akeem. It was crazy, though.
Yeah, it was some,
All right, well, I have a funny story about Akeem Talib that I will tell. It involves Greg Papa and me being on air in one of my most embarrassing moments ever.
Really?
So we will get to that. And also we will talk about where were you when the Nick Chubb injury heard around the world. Apparently the most exciting segment of the day, as you guys are fascinated to know what the most from head to toe, which body part is the most frequently injured in the NFL and what the NFL is doing to limit that. So we'll get into that and much, much more. If you want to join the show, 916-339-1140. You're listening to Chris Watkins and Zakariah right here, Sactown Sports 1140.
The 49ers are in primetime this Thursday against the Giants.
Touchdown!
Pre-game coverage starts at 4:15 with kickoff at 5:15.
On Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
We're going abroad for the first time in years to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Model Year End pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the Model Year End event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Sactown Sports.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
5-yard flag, maybe a 10er. We got to get a sound for that, as Chris and I will be on Monday through Friday next week as well. We need a flag, just like a tweet. Just look up throwing the flag sound anytime there's a flag. The flag is on you, Nathan. AKA Seth MacFarlane. Welcome on back.
It is just Nate, by the way. I know we did that Christopher thing.
Yeah.
It's just Nate.
Nate, I know. I love going long. I got a buddy named Chad. I'm the only person he allows to call Chadwick.
That's his full name.
No, it's actually just Chad. It's not even Chad. I just like going long name. I don't know why.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Zachariah, even your
I'll
real
keep
name?
it to Chris. Yes. Welcome back. Sactown Sports 1140. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we are going to get into Dion. I promised you, as long as he keeps winning, we're going to keep talking about him.
Mm-hmm.
And we touched on it a little bit with OC, but we'll get into that. You may join the program, 916-339-1140. I'm on Twitter at Zach Sports, ZAK Sports. He is at Chris M. Watkins on Twitter. Follow him, tweet at us, all that good stuff. I tweeted at Carmichael Dave because he left himself logged into
he does that, to
Google.
Yeah.
And I said some people do some messed up stuff with
that's happened in the past.
It was bad.
You don't just trust me.
It's not good.
Yeah,
and the producers get involved. It's not fun.
Yeah, let's just.
At my former place of employment, they really bad. I mean, not horrible, not like stuff that
it's like passive aggressive stuff, and it's just not. It
I would
make
never
me
do
happy.
it. I would never do it. I'm not
just
to like go through a phone kind
I'm
of
a
guy.
regular aggressive kind of guy.
Yeah, there you go.
You're aggressive.
I just get mad.
The proper amount of aggressive.
Yes.
All right. Well, apparently this is the highlight of the show, so you should be tuned in. And even if you've gotten to your destination, stay in your car because I have never said of all the stuff that I threw out to my lovely producer and co-host, nothing got them riled up than me saying, "Can you guess which body part from head to toe is the most frequently hurt in the NFL and what the NFL is doing to try to combat that?" But do you want to do that first, or should I bury the lead? You want to make them wait till the end? Should we do where were you when on major injuries? What do you want to do here? want to get right to the
let's
dessert?
do it first. Yeah,
Let's do it
I feel
first.
like
I'm glad you said it.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've teased it enough.
So let's go. I'm assuming you guys didn't cheat and Google the
No,
article that I read.
did not.
No.
Okay, so let's start with you, Nate.
Okay.
When I say most frequently injured body part from head to toe in the NFL, what
this
would
season?
I
Or is it just the article? Is it?
think it's over the past 5 years.
Okay.
but
Gotcha.
whatever. Just yeah.
So my initial thought was head. Was like head injuries, concussions,
Okay.
stuff like that.
That was
But
my number
I have
2.
changed.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm thinking it's something weird. I'm thinking fingers, hand
Ooh,
area.
Jam.
Wow, you
finger.
really went off the board.
Yeah.
Incorrect.
Okay. I figured.
Yeah, yeah.
Good answer. Wrong.
Yeah.
A good answer.
So my first one, and maybe just because it sticks out, and I shouldn't say. I really got to watch my words. I shouldn't have said sticks out. But the thing that I would have thought it would have been ACL, torn ACL, PCL, MCL, whatever the hell CLs.
Yeah.
I would have thought that would have been the most frequent.
I would
one.
have said the same. I would
So
have
that
said
I
was-
just hear about that a lot.
just
Yeah.
the knee.
The knee in general.
Yeah.
That would have been my one, and not
Yeah.
just because Chubb suffered that.
Right.
And then 2, I would have what's the
Same.
same thing?
Concussions.
Concussions. Neither of them are it.
Dang.
Really?
And it's not crazy like finger. I like that
Ankle?
you went off the board.
Yeah,
Not
ankle?
ankle.
See, these are
Not shoulder,
turf toe?
not collarbone, not turf toe, not hip. Shout out Bo
foot,
Jackson.
even like
Not
just
foot, not
quad.
Although I can never say that, so you're gonna have
plantar
to do it.
fasciitis.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
That thing was on there, but that's not it either.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel like we're running out of body
All
parts.
right, can we get an upper or
tailbone?
lower part?
Yes.
Lower, below the waist.
Oh man.
Jeez, is it a groin?
It's
I have no idea.
lower extremity injuries, which you would think encapsulates a lot, but
Yes.
it specifically pesky and painful strains of the leg muscles outrank all of the other injuries. Cumulative.
So muscle
Another one I have to
injuries.
slow down.
Okay.
Yeah. Absences from practices and those precious
like
17 games on the schedule.
Calf, hamstring.
Is that like soft
Yep.
tissue?
Yeah, soft
Yeah,
tissue
exactly.
injuries.
The
Exactly.
NFL has committed millions of dollars to better predict and prevent them and their reoccurrence. This season alone, 36 different players have landed on the inactive list for at least one game after appearing on the league mandated report during the week with a leg muscle injury, including 28 for hamstrings.
Wow.
43 players landed on the injury report with either a hamstring, calf, groin, or thigh problem.
Okay.
But yeah, it's the soft tissue, which I feel like I don't frequently, like I remember, I was like racking my brain. I remember just probably for fantasy, but AJ Green dealt with that a lot with his
hamstrings,
time
calves,
with
yeah.
Cincy. But like, that doesn't seem like an injury
Well,
that stands out to me.
I think it's because we hear about the big ones more.
Yes,
Like the
that's what I was
ACL, the
thinking
knee, the
You're right,
concussions.
because that's more season ending, and these are more week to
That's
week.
more reported on.
That's a
I
good
think with
point.
fantasy football, we might hear about that more. Like you said, you care more.
Mhm.
But when it comes to your team, you're not like, oh man, Debo's got a soft tissue thing. This is brutal. It's like, all right, he's gonna miss a week or two.
Or not. Like sometimes it's like he'll just play through it.
Yeah. I know things like ribs, people always bring that up because it's you need such a high pain tolerance,
Mhm.
and it's not something that'll take you out of the game if you can get your shot
Play
or whatever,
through it,
play
yeah.
through it,
Especially in football.
especially in man football,
Come on,
tough
dude.
guy
Play
football.
it out.
Man,
Rub some
can't.
dirt on it.
But I think,
I'm
I
biting
think
ankles.
I don't blame you for thinking ACL just because that is death. That is the worst.
Yeah.
I think people see that as the worst injury in maybe all of sports.
Yeah. Just because it feels like it changes you. It feels
Especially
like
NFL.
after that, it's like, are they going to be able to ever cut the same? And are you ever going to have the same faith that you had? Like, it's to your point, Nate. Yeah, it just kind of feels like a death sentence almost in a way.
And I think he hit the nail on the head in terms of when it's a season-ending injury, it's going to resonate in your brain more than if a guy misses a week because of a strained calf.
Yeah, this is something with Christian McCaffrey too. When he was on the Panthers,
He dealt with that a lot.
he had soft tissue issues, and now he had. Well, this is kind of the opposite.
line.
He had like people think he's
injury prone.
Injury prone, yeah, because he's had like dings and dents that have kept him out a few games, but he's never. Knock on wood, had something crazy,
Yes.
and I don't think he ever will because he's the Superman.
See, you were all good until you said that last part.
I had to, dude.
You said he never will.
Oh,
That's those are famous last words.
Yeah. So, anyways, I was surprised by that, but I guess it makes a little bit more sense in context because if a guy misses a game, it's a lot smaller in terms of what you think about them when a guy like whatever Kareem Hunt or Chubb blows out their knee, then it's,
and sometimes and sometimes those soft
infrequent.
tissues too, those can be a bigger sign of something else
recurrent.
too. It's like, you're
Or
compensating because
you
something
could end up
else.
hurting yourself more. Trying to figure that
The
out.
Chubb one too was so brutal.
Terrible.
So brutal.
So brutal they wouldn't replay it.
Yeah, I know. And that leads us into Dan Patrick,
Mr.
right?
Patrick.
Oh, there you go. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And I think you owe it to the audience. And you could do a disclaimer. And look, I might be in the minority here, but if I was running the show, I would say, all right, Joe, give them a disclaimer. We're going to show this. Just let them know that this is a gruesome injury. And you show it once. And even say, look, we're going to show it once. That's all we're going to show. We hope to get an update on his injury at some point throughout the game.
Yeah.
I don't know that I agree. I mean, yes, with a disclaimer, it gives you the ability to look away. But I think these days, more people are casually watching and may or may not hear it. You might be at a bar and it's too loud, so you wouldn't hear the disclaimer. And if you really want to see it, it would take you 5 seconds to find it on Twitter.
Yeah, I think it's more just like it is the broadcast. And so it was a very major thing that happened that changes the course of that game. And it's unfortunate, but it's part of
Dan's side here.
Yeah, I think it's part of the storytelling of that event. Like when you rewatch that game 15, 20 years from now, if you were like, it would be a glaring absence. The fact that you never really got a good look at this catastrophic injury. Like, I think you're doing yourself a disservice as the entity that's broadcasting it to not show it. And like, yeah, go ahead and you bring up a good point. Like people watching in bars aren't even going to hear the disclaimer, but I think what everyone for the most part, because I'm not somebody who was seeking out to watch that replay, but I think for the most part, a lot of people wanted to see it again, whether it's because they didn't see it the first time or they just didn't understand what had happened. It's hard to get a grasp of how terrible that injury is unless you see it for yourself, really.
Well, this might be a random comparison, but how would you compare that to swear words or nudity or violence in a movie? Going into it that you're going to see it. Yeah. I got to go anti-Dan and anti-you on this. Yeah. I don't think that it is their duty to show it. And I think, again, if you want to seek it out and see it, it's not that difficult to do. It's not like back in the day before the internet where that's the only place where you could see it. So it's your journalistic job to show it.
But where could you get that replay if they don't show it on the broadcast?
Twitter in 5 seconds. Yeah. It was on Twitter in 5 seconds. Because the original shot, I was watching it live. You couldn't really tell.
Yes,
it was one of the other angles where you saw it, and they either bleeped it out or they didn't show it at all or whatever. I don't know. I could go either way on it. I can see the side that you're saying, but ultimately I'm fine with them not showing it. Now, just quickly here, I'm glad that we spent the majority of the time on that and not on this.
Yeah.
But it's funny because of the injury, the major injuries that you listed, and I know you were just doing it randomly.
Yeah.
But the one that resonated with me shows how bad that injury was. So you have PG-13 on there. I remember it being gruesome. I think it was the Thursday TNT game.
No, it was actually during USA basketball, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. I knew it was a big event.
USA warm-up game.
Yeah.
I was delivering pizzas at that time, and I didn't watch it. I
For
heard
who?
it.
For who?
Shout out Pizza Hut. I was like, am I going to try and get Pizza Hut free ad revenue? But why not?
Maybe somebody's listening, and
you'll
get an ad.
Yeah.
All
the way from.
You have Gordon Hayward. And
that was bad.
And then A-Rod obviously was recently.
Right, that was really recent.
But the one that stuck out, and I can tell you, I could give you the address of where it was.
There you go, using that word. Stuck out. Because this one truly stuck out.
Yeah, stuck out far.
Kevin Ware.
Oh yeah.
Kevin Ware.
I thought you were gonna say D Rose for a second.
No, I mean that one was really bad too. That's another
Kevin
you can just
Ware,
keep on throwing them on.
Jesse Alter, probably not listening, but I was at his house in Kensington, California.
I think that was on like a Easter or something like that. There was like a holiday because I was over at a family residence.
It was Louisville,
March
right?
Madness,
Was it?
so,
yes, it was. It was. Was it Louisville?
It was Louisville. Yeah, he played.
Was Rick Pitino coaching?
Yes, I believe that was one of Pitino's last years.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
I remember walking away from the screen.
Yeah.
And I was like, man.
I just remember I literally showed up to my cousin's house for whatever. It was a holiday or something.
And it happened
and we
right
showed
away.
up, and it literally, as
Right
I
when you got
walked
there.
in to the living room,
Oh, no.
it's what happened, and I was like, can we go home? Like it was disgusting.
Yeah, we were kind of in a sports coma because we had been watching and then it happened and nobody was close to a coma after that.
No one was ready for
and that was one of the ones, unlike the other injuries, because Aaron Rodgers looked like nothing happened to him.
Right.
That was one where
instantly.
you could tell he was in a ton of
And it
pain.
was
I don't care how much
just
shock
the
he
worst.
was in. Yeah.
And I will never close out ever the same.
No.
I will never close out on a jump shot ever the same or see someone close out and not think of that injury.
All right, coming up at the bottom of the hour, coming up next, the gift that keeps on giving, Neon Deion Sanders. We got his mama audio. We got him telling his kids they're not going to the NFL. I mean, until this guy loses, until the carriage turns into a pumpkin, we'll keep talking about him because, damn it, it's entertaining. We'll do that next. Watkins Zakariah, Sactown Sports, 1140.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Quick Quack Car Wash.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Wednesday forecast will focus on mostly sunny skies. Light southwest winds and temperatures this afternoon topping out in the mid to upper 80s. Expect overnight lows in the upper 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
There's just something about fall that makes me want to enjoy every moment. The changing leaves, the pumpkin patches, and you know what else won't last? Quick Quack's new pumpkin spice scented car wash. Text SPICE to 41284 to get 50% off any wash.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
I caught up with Tim Walsh, Director of Sales for Bridgestone Golf, to talk about the new line of Tour B golf balls. Bridgestone began making golf balls in 1935 with the philosophy to serve society with superior quality, and that's good news for golfers. With an incredible research and development team, Bridgestone has pushed the limits year after year, and this year's line of golf balls is hard to beat. As players, we tend to settle on a ball that will increase distance or one that will enhance feel. The Tour B line of balls delivers both distance and feel. With more than 3 million fittings, Bridgestone considers itself the #1 ball fitter, and all that information is incorporated into developing new golf balls. It works for staff players Tiger Woods, Bryson DeChambeau, Matt Kuchar, Fred Couples, and Lexi Thompson. Visit BridgestoneGolf.com to learn more and find the right model for your game. Like Freddie Couples, I like the Tour B RXS, and I wish I could hit it like he does. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Listen to Oakland A's baseball on the weekends all season long right here on Sactown Sports, beginning with the pregame show brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network. Ready for a sizzling football season? Take your game day parties to the next level with Napoleon Prestige Grills from Green Acres Nursery and Supply. Fire up the grill and score big with mouthwatering burgers, juicy steaks, and finger-licking wings. Napoleon Prestige Grills bring the heat and come complete with a lifetime warranty. Get your ultimate game day companion today. Visit your local Green Acres Nursery and Supply and elevate your tailgate experience with Napoleon Prestige Grills. Green Acres Nursery and Supply, your one-stop shop for grilling greatness this football season. Visit idategreenacres.com for the store near you. Game on.
Sometimes progress toward global net zero can be hard to see, invisible even. Like how Chevron is targeting 25 million tons of CO2 per year in storage and offsets by 2030. While at the same time, working with partners to reduce the cost of carbon capture and scale the technology to other industries like cement, innovating toward lower carbon solutions today while helping others do the same for the future. That's energy in progress. Visit chevron.com/carbon capture.
You know what time it is. It's time to trade up to a brand new Kia at Folsom Lake Kia. Trade up to the newest technology with a low payment. Shop Folsom Lake Kia, family owned for over 20 years.
MVP's bonus days are back at Lowe's. Shop the largest selection of Klein tools and get 5 times the bonus points. Plus, right now, buy a DeWalt Power Stack battery kit and get a select DeWalt Bear tool free, up to a $249 value. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid 9/18 through 9/29. Subject to change. DeWalt offer valid through 10/11.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers. And if you've even thought of replacing your old, outdated, inefficient windows, now is the time to take action.
Right now at Bell Brothers, when you buy one window, you'll get the second one for 30% off. That's right. Buy one, get the second one 30% off.
That's real savings, up to $6,000. You have to buy at least 4 windows to qualify, and you can't mix windows and doors. But beyond that, every second window is 30% off.
For example, when you buy 10 windows, you will get 5 windows at 30% off. We also have 0% interest financing available for qualified buyers. Call for details.
To take advantage of our buy one, get one 30% off sale, call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Live and local. This is Sactown Sports.
Welcome back, Sacramento, alongside Chris Watkins. I am Zakariah. This is Sactown Sports 1140. Coming up at 1:45. He is blessing us with his presence currently for this segment, but he will join the microphone at 1:45. That's the one and only Whitey, and he'll be joined by Gary Sharp, Mr. Omaha, the wonderful state of Omaha that Whitey thought that I thought. Of course, Nebraska. That'll be from 2 to 6. But right now, Chris, it's the gift that keeps on giving, at least for our profession.
Yeah.
It is Deion Sanders.
Prime time.
And shout out to Colorado State's coach for giving us even more fodder, where he said that he took off his hat and his sunglasses when he does his press conferences. Now, I don't know what the protocol is for a press conference. When you go to Sacramento Kings games, as I'm going to keep bringing up as long as I get the opportunity to, the star of the run on YouTube, go check it out. You will see Chris doing his job frequently. Do you take off your hat and sunglasses when you ask questions in the press scrum?
No. I mean, I usually don't have sunglasses on, but I definitely don't take my hat off. I wouldn't look at anyone foul if they did. I mean, it would be a little interesting if you had sunglasses.
Isn't the look for the reporter like the hat with the feather in it?
Sure.
Old school,
Our guy John Dickinson, he sometimes will show up with the nice hat on.
It's almost
for
the
sure.
look. Now, at the dinner table, God rest my grandfather's soul. It's been a ton of years, so no big deal. But he was like the guy that would hit if I had my elbows on the table. Obviously, no hat, you know.
Right.
So he was big on manners. But I feel like in a press conference, it's laid back enough where you can have hat and a sunglasses.
Yeah, I mean,
especially if you're neon.
I just don't see what the big thing is. Like, I never did. You know, I get that it's definitely an old school, traditional manners thing. But I mean, especially in today's day and age, like, you know, if he's respectful, he's cordial, it's not like he's, blowing off the press conference. He just literally, I assume, got off the field or whatever. It's his swag. Like,
and as you know from our peers, it's not like we're the most professional. You don't need to dress up in front of us. You know what I mean?
Definitely not.
I mean,
exactly.
Hell,
Not
if you go into the locker room, the players are naked half the time.
Quite
you
literally.
know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, which I guess is taking stuff off. So
exactly. You know what? Maybe that's what Coach Norvell really
Deion
wants.
should show up naked.
Yep. In his birthday suit.
So were you surprised by this? I was. Now I know how much hype there has been around Deion Sanders and the fact that he has gone from HBU schools to Colorado and brought them to success, basically cut the whole team and brought in all his guys and has got them, the first win over TCU was huge on the road. And then they come back, beat Nebraska. But I was still surprised by this.
Mm-hmm.
Highest rated ESPN game at night for college football.
Ridiculous.
There wasn't like Auburn, Alabama game that did better, or maybe they put them earlier in the day. Is it just that the games later are usually, but Hawaii's like 10:30.
Right.
I figured there had to have been a game amongst like 2 top 5 teams or something, but no, Chris, highest rated game.
Incredible.
Deion, I mean, I think you and I differ in terms of the piece of the pie split.
Yeah.
Maybe we can ask Whitey on the handoff. I believe it's more 60-40, 60 hate watching, 40 love watching. I think you think it's probably you'd flip
I think
that.
it's like 70 or 80%
love watching.
Yes.
Yeah.
If not even more. Like I really think that this is one of those very rare cases in this world where I have not spoken to anybody who even has a shred of like, I don't really like his style.
But that's a sign of the people that you hang around.
Maybe, possibly. I mean, I'm not
just
saying those
guessing
people don't exist.
There are old school people that want to see him fail because they don't like the rah-rah.
Sure.
Did you see that Tom Brady spoke to Deion Sanders' son?
I did, yeah, Shador,
about buying a Maybach.
did not
Maybach or
see that.
Maybach?
Maybach, yeah.
Okay. Well, because Rick Ross has Maybach music.
Yes, that's what
but
I mean. That's
he
how I
pronounced it Maybach. Is this a tomato situation?
It's one of those situations where I'm too broke to know. So I'm going to go off of what Rick Ross says.
Now, 5 years ago, a college kid talking about an expensive car would raise a lot of red flags.
It would.
By the way, did they give the Heisman back to Reggie Bush?
No.
I saw it in the headlines.
Yeah.
They're supposed to.
What would be the point at this point? I mean, you already took it away. You already made this big deal of it. I'm sure Reggie's got it in the past. Like, what's the point of it?
Well, Reggie didn't have a bad NFL career, but he didn't have a great NFL career.
Not the one that
so
was
I would think
expected.
that would be the focal point of his achievements. The Heisman's a pretty big deal.
People still know he won it.
Yeah, he's in the commercials, the credit card commercials.
He could have a trophy at his mom's house or something like that, but like I don't think that the trophy really is the thing that he cares about at the end of the day. I think the respect of being as great as he was in college is what he cares about.
Now, the question that you asked in the commercial break that you said you almost asked Sean O'Connell.
Yes.
How long does this last?
Yeah.
Now,
especially once they start losing.
They're big time underdogs.
Yes. 21 points.
Even though they're ranked.
Yeah. Big
time underdogs at Oregon. Obviously, if they win, the legend continues to grow.
That thing goes nuclear. It skyrockets.
And we talked about how good the Pac-12 is this year.
Yeah.
So he's going to have other opportunities even if they lose against Oregon. But do you think that the win comes out of the sails, so to speak, if they lose? Like, you think the hype train's over? Are we doing full-blown segments on Deion next week if they lose?
I think in terms of this season, I think the hype starts to die down. I think it's just kind of natural. Like, nobody talks about teams outside of the top 8 or whatever in college football rankings. So, once he starts losing, which I assume he'll probably lose at least 3 to 4 games at least this season. But once that starts happening, I think, I don't think Deion's going away anytime soon. He'll definitely get a fantastic recruiting class off of just the hype of this season and what he's already been able to do turning around that program. But, I think until they really become like a national powerhouse, I think that it's not going to be the same as what it is right here, right now.
Yeah, bad timing for Deion.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's able to continue to win, then great timing.
Right.
But the Pac-12 has been down for so long. If he was doing this in other years where they didn't have 7 ranked teams, who knows how close he could have got.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
But I also think should he do it, it'll be even more impressive.
Right.
People could say, oh, well, the Pac-12 stinks, so of course he's doing it. If he does it this year, he's running a gauntlet.
Exactly.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, coming up next, our final segment before Whitey begins his show at 2:00 with Gary Sharp. We will check in with Whitey. What does he make of the whole Neon Deion phenomenon and that and much more? We'll do that next. You're listening to Zakariah, Chris Watkins right here, Sactown Sports 1140.
Can Mike Brown build on last season's Coach of the Year award? Can the Kings exceed 48 wins?
We will be better prepared to make the run that we expect to run come next playoff.
Tune into every Kings game this season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
That's Mike saying good morning. It's the best he can do right now. Yeah, not a cloud in the sky. What Mike could use is a fresh start. And Irish Spring Body Wash. The fresh scent of Irish Spring and those sensational Irish Spring suds are just the reset Mike needs. Now he's ready
to go to work.
It's Sunday. Irish Spring. When the spring hits you, you're ready. Pick up Irish Spring today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Nothing slows my little girl down, except a stuffy nose.
Mommy.
That's why I use Sinex Children's Saline from Vicks. Sinex instantly clears mucus in everyday stuffy little noses with a gentle, ultra-fine mist designed for kids. Just Sinex, breathe. Her stuffy nose is gone for now. And so is she.
Sinex Children's Saline. Sinex, breathe. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course, I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
MVP's bonus days are back at Lowe's. Shop the largest selection of Klein tools and get 5 times the bonus points. Plus, right now, buy a DeWalt Power Stack battery kit and get a select DeWalt Bear tool free, up to a $249 value. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid 9/18 through 9/29. Subject to change. DeWalt offer valid through 10/11.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life and your choices with just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age, but there is a choice to get help for this disease. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual, at choosemat.org.
Attention, all tool shoppers. Get ready for the biggest DeWalt sale event of the year at Fasteners Inc. Sacramento this Saturday, September 23rd. We're bringing you the best deals on DeWalt products you've ever seen for one day only, including impact drivers for $59, combo kits for as low as $179, and up to $2,000 off your order with instant cashback rewards. Again, that's this Saturday only, September 23rd. Come on down and get better tools for better prices at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Find us at 6701 Power Inn Road and learn more at fastenersinc.net.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing strategies that deliver results. On your next campaign, aim higher. Go to aimyourdigital.com and get started today. aimyourdigital.com.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Welcome back, Sacramento. It is Sactown Sports. Alongside the one, the only Chris Watkins, I am Zakariah. Coming up top of your hour. Stay tuned, won't you? As it'll be Whitey and Sharp. And half of that duo joins us now. Mr. Whitey, how are you, sir?
Good, good. How's everything going today?
Everything's great, you know.
Wrapping things up.
Wednesday.
Because you're almost done.
Yeah.
You're dang right. You're absolutely right.
Would you say Wednesday's the hardest day of the week? I think it's usually when the rankings come out, the power rankings.
Every day is a gift.
Yeah, okay,
every day is to be celebrated and
okay,
embraced.
Positive,
Come on.
Pete. Okay, positive. Pete.
What the heck?
But
the hardest day.
in our profession, right? I mean, that's when the rankings come out. You know, that's when they make news out of no news. Because Monday,
we don't even have a job. We're not working.
That's true.
You know, I'm not going to complain about it. Oh, it's power rankings.
Oh,
right?
my God.
Yeah,
Fair
my
enough.
goodness.
I'm just saying.
I understand.
Okay, how about this? Least easy. Is it the least easy day of the week?
They're all
for our job.
Whitey, say it's hard. Just do it.
Yeah, please.
I don't know if I can make it through today.
All right.
Is this hard for you yet?
Yes.
Which Sacramento
I
King?
have to talk about football and basketball on the radio.
Which returning Sacramento King are you most excited about, and which new Sacramento King are you most excited about?
Not to dodge your question, but speaking of the Kings, I got taken to task today a few moments ago. Yesterday, we were talking about retiring numbers because it's the 100th anniversary of the Kings.
Oh, yeah.
And, whose number do you retire? Have they retired all the numbers? My Jerry Lucas thing I'm still working on.
Very much so.
Yeah. And we were talking about, did you do Bibby? Hey, and I said, J. Will would be really popular, but I don't know that you could retire his number.
Right.
I said, Bibby was better than J. Will. So I get a call just a little while ago from a guy by the name of Jerry Reynolds.
Oh,
he says,
okay.
I was listening to your show. He listens a lot. He listens. Chris and I, he's a big fan of the show, would come on with us. He says, I got to tell you, I usually agree with everything you say, but he says, J. Will was better than Bibby. He said he didn't shoot as well, but he said he did everything else better. So I was kind of taking.
Are we going to have an argument with Jerry Reynolds about this?
I don't argue with Jerry. I go, okay, sir, thank you for telling me.
Interesting.
But
That's
sounds like you're going to. Yes. Yeah.
I just disagree. I mean, what do I know? I mean, I was just a young pup at that time, but I don't know. For me, maybe it was just a little more symbolic that, and maybe I'm making.
He said Bibby was a better fit.
Yes.
This is no question.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he's just saying as an individual player.
Yes. He said the only thing, he said Bibby was a better shooter. And I looked it up. J. Will had some pretty good shooting numbers later in his career. But
sure.
He says, other than that, he says J. Will's better. And I know he loved J. Will. And he said J. Will's better than Maravich when it comes to handling the ball. Yeah, Jerry says
wow.
He saw them both.
Wow.
He saw them both. So yeah. So anyway, speaking of the Kings, I was
Well, that's something.
Kind of got knocked around a
little
bit.
I mean, I feel like
I deserved it.
feel like I'm still processing that. Okay.
Yeah, good, because it's done me a little bit too.
I mean, it's I mean, it's just not. I don't think it's a popular opinion. I think most people feel like like you said. I think a lot of people think J. Will is absolutely the more popular player. He's going to sell more jerseys. You put him on the NBA Jam shirt, it'll sell more. But to me, it just felt like when they got Mike Bibby, that was when it was like, okay, we were a fun team, but like now
a
we're,
team to be taken
trying
seriously.
to win championships here, and maybe I'm putting too much symbolism behind.
You don't want to hear what he said about Mike Bibby's defense.
I mean,
he basically said J. Will is all league defender compared to Bibby.
I mean, Jerry saw him. Jerry had the best seat in town, so
yes.
I can't argue. I can't argue. Who am I?
I was at Oracle for the elbow pass.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, certainly. Great nickname.
Rising Stars game, but
very exciting. Rookies, whatever.
Yeah. It was who did he pass it to?
Excellent question.
Rafe LaFrentz?
Yes.
Good knowledge.
Yeah.
Not a boy.
Come on.
I don't remember that.
I think I was like 4 years old.
And then I hid in the bathroom because you had to have two different tickets for that. And
okay.
The slam dunk. That was also the Vince Carter.
They made you have two different tickets for the event.
Fact.
They wanted you to like leave and then have new people.
Everybody had to leave, and then And so what I did is I locked the bathroom and I stood on the toilet because otherwise you could see your shoes.
Yeah, right.
So
nice.
Shout out to me.
Yeah. Oh my God.
When you're young and broke, you come up with innovative ways to to be able to go to see. But that was a hell of a day. In terms of All-Star Weekends, it's got to be number one, correct?
Right. That was that
when Magic came back?
Was that Jay Rich or was that Vince Carter?
No, that was Vince.
Arm in the rim.
That was arm in the rim.
It's over.
It's over.
Yeah, and it sure was.
Yeah. So now that you dodged my question, which returning king are you most excited about, and which new king are you most excited about?
Sasha Mistavezenko.
Yes, that's what I took.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm just Chris knows this. He's going to roll his eyes. Watch him. Watch his eyes roll.
It's all right.
Davion Mitchell. I'm excited about Davion Mitchell.
So
I have high hopes.
Samesies.
Yeah.
If he improves his shot as much as he talked about improving his shot,
he talked a lot about it.
Then the defense.
I mean, he's known. That's the thing is, I mean, I'm whatever. I think Davion is he's a fine player, but if I have to hear about how he's gonna shoot, what did you say? 30? Did you say 40%? Or you just said 30?
No, I
think
I said 35. 40 was. I said somebody was going to be 40, but
wake me up when that happens. That's where I'm at with Davion.
Fair enough. I can see you guys. This isn't your first show together.
We've done a lot of bold predictions.
Yeah,
we have.
Yeah.
It runs
Some crazy things have come out.
So what else you got coming up? Are you going to talk about that fake smoke screen that the Giants tried to do? Saquon Barkley officially out for Thursday.
They sure fooled me.
Yeah, they got you.
What? You mean he's not playing?
They had me hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah. We're going to look at not only the teams that most desperately need a win in week 3, but we're also going to look at the NFL teams right now that just have no identity. You know, Belichick was asked about the identity of your offense, and he's like, because they throw the ball all the time. So aren't you a running team? He's, I'm not worried about our identity. But there are some teams right now that we don't, and more importantly, I don't think they know what they're even supposed to be doing.
Does it count as an identity if you're tanking for the USC quarterback?
No, I think
at
least you have an identity.
Yeah, at least you know what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
So you're talking about the teams in purgatory.
Kind of. Just teams that, what are you even trying to do?
Yeah, like I can't even make, I guess the Bears would kind of be up there.
I think so.
Although I think they're being shown or told, or what I was talking to, Fields is crazy where I feel like that started and ended quicker than any other quarterback that I can remember. Well, maybe like Johnny Manziel or something, but like I felt like there was like hope and expectations, and it only took 2 weeks for us to be like, yeah, he's done. He's not going to be a quarterback.
Yeah, I think the problem with him was like the hope was, can he throw the football? And then we saw very quickly it was like, no, he still is a terrible passer.
They got to unleash him.
The biggest problem.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of running, it seems like he just stopped running.
Yeah, I mean, they're really trying to make him into a passer, and it's not there.
It's hard to learn how to do. Well, not that he doesn't know how to do it, but it's hard to really. Okay, now you got to be a much better passer at the NFL level. Can you do that? It's
like,
hard.
Especially you spend your whole football career relying a lot on your legs, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, go win us games with your arm at the highest level. It's like, well, that's not really my thing. So. I don't know. Things seem pretty crazy right now in Chicago.
Well, that division's wide open, though, huh?
It is. It's wide open, and you get one win this weekend, and all of a sudden you're back in the race. So I mean, anything is possible when the Lions are the class of the division. So.
Quarterback that is Jared Goff.
We'll see. We'll see how long that goes.
Packers probably should be 2-0 too. They kind of gagged that.
Screwed it on Sunday. Yeah, they should have beaten the Falcons.
All right. Well, we will be back mañana. Same good time, same good channel.
Game
that
day
would
tomorrow.
Be 10 a.m. Yes, it is indeed a big time game. But from 2 to 6, stay tuned, won't you? It is the one and only Whitey and Gary Sharp. They will take you all the way up until 6 o'clock. Until mañana for Nate. For Chris, I am Zakariah. This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Nature Wood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and I recognize, just like my friends at American Energy Heat and Air, that your time is important. And that's why shopping for a new air conditioner is now easier with American Energy Heat and Air's online quoting tool. All you have to do is go to AmericanEnergyAir.com and get an instant quote right now. It'll help you determine what system you're going to need to get. It'll provide the best pricing options, all from the comfort of your home without having to have somebody come to your home. You know how annoying that is? They come in and everybody there is so sweet and nice, but how much better is it to be able to get it on demand? Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be. Or if you want to give them a call and talk through what your needs are, 916-520-9990. That's 916 520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claim based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own loan report.
When every shot counts, the professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio encourage you to try the brand new Titleist T-Series irons. Irons designed to enhance your play through control, distance, flight, forgiveness, looks, sound, and feel. With 4 T-Series models, the fitting team at Hagen Oaks will find the perfect Titleist T-Series iron for you. Call 916-808-2531 to find your fit today. Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway, or online at hagenoaks.com.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
KHTK AM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sactown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Wednesday here already? That means tomorrow is game day. Wow. Whitey Gleason with you. Gary Sharp joining us here. Gary, how are you today, sir?
Good, Whitey. Happy hump day.
Yeah.
Favorite day of the week outside of Friday is Wednesday.
That's incorrect. Well, I mean, if it's your favorite, I can't say wrong. If it's your favorite, it's your favorite. It's not the best day. Thursday is the best day because that's like you get warmed up for everything. It's like the pre-weekend. But if you like Wednesday, I mean, I can't say, no, you're wrong. You don't like Wednesday. You're just, I got to work on you and, correct your logic a little bit.
So I just want to come with a hot take there too. After listening to that nonsense in the crossover, which my takeaway is, did Jerry Reynolds say that Jay Will is better than Oscar Robertson as well? That's amazing. That should probably lead off the show.
He did not say that, but it's funny you mentioned that because that came up. Jerry was on with Chris Watkins and I recently, and he said something about, this is what Jerry told me. And he said something about De'Aaron Fox would be the best guard in franchise history. And I guess he does a number of podcasts, including in Kings Herald. And I guess some people there were wondering, has he forgotten about Oscar Robertson? What's wrong with him? And Jerry said, no, he would never forget about Oscar Robertson. Oscar Robertson was his first favorite player ever. And he says, no, I just consider that was, this is a Sacramento franchise and Big O was Cincinnati. So that Jerry makes that distinction, but it's a fair point you raised, but just to be assured, Jerry Reynolds would never forget about Oscar Robertson. He loves the Big O.
Yeah, I would love to have been in the room here in that call when Jerry called you.
Well,
I almost discussion yesterday.
Yeah, he almost was going to come on with us today. I asked him to come on about the time we discussed all that yesterday, and he was gonna, and then he realized, I got to do something. So I don't think we can get him on today because he's busy. Maybe tomorrow, but I don't think that or Friday. But I don't think you and I'll be working together Friday.
We will not. By the way, just to correct, so this is my power rankings of the days of the week. It goes Friday, Monday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday.
How's Monday so high?
Because you know what? So I went to something this afternoon. I heard John Gordon. If you've heard him, he's like a motivational speaker.
Mm-hmm.
So you're supposed to be positive. I actually like Mondays in our world because it's a great way to get in and talk about everything that happened on the weekend. Like if we weren't doing sports and we were just the regular 9-to-5ers, I would hate Mondays, and I would be in Office Space. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
That's how we would treat Mondays. But in our world, like Mondays, you're salivating after a full weekend of sports.
Yeah.
So I got Friday, I got Monday, Thursday, of course. Wednesday, I'm okay because you made it to the middle of the week. Tuesday's like a throwaway day.
Right. It's just kind of a filler where they needed an extra day. So yeah, it's the second time, and I've only been on here for 15 minutes, did the crossover, but you mentioned if we weren't doing sports, and Zachariah mentioned something about that. And I just want to make sure you and I are on the same page. And I know where Zachariah is coming from, but he was saying, boy, Wednesday is a tough day to do sports talk. And I was like, come on. We're talking about sports and we're telling jokes.
Yes.
There are no tough days. And I know some days it's slower than others, whatever, but you can never complain about doing sports talk in my book here.
Yeah, there's no more. I think we learned like during COVID when we were all doing remote shows
Yeah.
and no sports.
Yeah.
And we were coming up with 4 hours of content. And you were like, oh, it actually, you found out that, man, there are no dog days. If you search far enough, you can find silly stuff to talk about on the air. I mean,
Right.
you could break down every NBA guy and have the most unwinnable debate of all time of who is the best ever.
Yeah. I got in so much trouble because remember in the middle of all that, or it was more towards the beginning of it, ESPN started showing Korean baseball. Remember that?
Yes.
So I was doing a show, I was filling in, and I was doing a show, and I started going on, as a joke, like the nuts and bolts of the Korean Baseball League. I got in trouble. The program director says, I don't think anybody cares about that. If we're talking about that, we're in trouble. And I was like, hello, it's a joke, but okay. we won't spend all day talking about Korean baseball.
How about that KBO?
Those Datsun Bear, Danson Bear, what are they? The something bears.
Yeah, I got to admit, I was excited for about a week.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had the same energy level as I think Carl Ravitch doing those games.
Right. But what we do have to talk about today, not Korean baseball, but the 49ers on this short week. It was interesting yesterday, Gare, as I'm sure you heard, Kyle Shanahan addressing the media, and he was trying to explain what it's like getting ready for an NFL game on a short week. And he said, guys, I'm kind of at a loss here when I can't swear. And he said, it's a something show getting ready for a game on a short week. And there's a real window into Kyle Shanahan up there. Sometimes, coaches, they devolve into coach speak, if you will, and they can't always tell us everything. But every so often, he will really tell you exactly what he's thinking. And I think that was a good example of it right there.
Yeah, you know what? There's sometimes like he feels like he's normal.
Yeah.
He's a human, and
Yes.
he doesn't talk like a robot.
Yeah.
Thursdays are wacky. I mean, you never know what's going to happen. Now, in this case, I know what's going to happen tomorrow night. When you have 4 starters out for the Giants, this is, get ready. This is in the neighborhood of the 35-10. But he's right. We talked about it yesterday, is you got to get your body right. That's the most important thing about playing from Sunday to Thursday. But weird stuff happens. But in this case, all I can imagine is Kyle Shanahan showing some personality at the podium. He had just gotten done looking at New York Giant film.
Right.
And he's like salivating. He's like, this is great. I love the Giants. How come we can't play them more?
Mm-hmm. I know yesterday you had said, maybe it was Monday, you were talking about a 10.5 point line. I saw somewhere this morning that it was down to 10, which I couldn't believe that. If that's the case, some free advice for you. You might want to jump on that number. That's down to 10, right? I mean, you gotta take advantage of that if that's, if you're into legal wagering.
I think so. And I also think you go the over. Here's the thing can you do the voice for me?
Yeah. What do you need?
Daniel Jones is 1-10 in primetime games.
Daniel Jones, sources in Costa Rica say Daniel Jones is 1-10 in primetime games. So call right now, toll-free number. We'll give you this winner for free. That's right. Absolutely free.
Hey, the only guy that is better than Daniel Jones in primetime, and he's not really a better, but he's like around the same as Andy Dalton. You like Andy Dalton? You like Daniel Jones? Take your pick. 1-800-4446. Go bet.
What is going on with Andy Dalton and the Carolina Panthers? He's like their 4th down quarterback. That kind of slipped under the radar from Monday night. Did you see that where they bring him in on 4th down? What in the world is that? And I'm a big fan of the Red Rifle, but still, even I'm going, what?
Whitey, shouldn't it be a bigger story that Andy Dalton is still in the league?
No, come on. He's a fine professional.
He was really good at TCU.
He took the Bengals to the playoffs when, I know Burrow does it all the time now, but he did it when it was really hard to do. So not a great quarterback. I remember when there were arguments, hey, who's better, Colin Kaepernick or Andy Dalton? I mean, that was a real debate. Like, oh, boy, it's pretty close. Because they were drafted, I think, right next to each other.
Yeah. He's lasted longer in the league. You're right. When he was with Cincinnati, he was the number 1 quarterback. I mean, he did some big things. He got a home playoff game. They were good in that division. It's just he's one of those guys that now just kind of hangs around. And when our starter is injured, Dalton is going to finish out the year. But I had not followed him. I knew he was still in the league, but I didn't realize he was in Carolina until he became Mr. 4th down guy.
Right. He's kind of becoming what we thought Sam Darnold was going to become. But Sam Darnold rescued his his fate, and now he's with the 49ers, so he's got more potential perhaps to improve his lot and improve his legacy, or to even have a legacy. But now Andy Dalton is back there. You're backing up a rookie in Carolina, Red Rifle. Good for you. So
do you think that's do you think that's a difficult thing? Like guys that have been starters in the NFL at quarterback that are relegated at the end of their career to that role?
I'm sure it is. It's
mentor Bryce Young, please.
Yeah. Don't you think it's got to be very tough? And you have to, like, if you're going to stay in the league, you got to come to terms with it. You're not a start. No one sees you as a starter anymore. You may, but you're the only one. So you either make the adjustment or goodbye. What's it going to be? And I would think that have to be very tough. Also, for any athlete, it's similar to what athletes go through when they retire, because especially for some of them, they're only able to do what they're able to do because everyone tells them they can't. And, you know, and people they're wrong. But then you get to a point where those people are right. And how do you decide? Oh, I guess everyone's right about me now. You're right. I can't play. That must be incredibly difficult.
Yeah. Look at like Sam Darnold's situation.
Yeah.
I mean, Sam Darnold went from Mr. New York Jet